where it says bat, it has 4 dashes and has since the beginning.
This has got 4 here on the screen. Showing me how much battery's on that thing.
computers.
I've got to swap it out.
Test, test. We're going to get going in about 5 minutes, and lunch is being served, so if everybody could just find a chair, that would be very helpful. They should just serve everything. Yeah, just let them serve. It'll sort itself out.
So you're going to wait for 5 minutes?
Well, whenever.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. Check, 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 test, 1, 2, 1, 2.
If you could go ahead and start taking your seats, we're going to get started here. Please start taking your seats. Thank you. Yeah, I did this morning. Yeah. Yep, okay. How you doing? Oh yeah, I don't think you want to share.
No, I don't think so. Unless you're, I'm going to sit there, and I don't think so.
You might want to get this. We might want to get this.
I'm not going to use it.
Oh, you're going to. Oh, you're. Okay.
I'm wired.
Okay, good, good.
So I'm not going to use it.
Great. So I'm going to just do a quick introduction.
Good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are you meeting it here?
I'm putting it down here.
Perfect.
Ready? You did, thanks. Thank you. Thanks. All right, if you could go ahead and take your seats, we're going to get started now.
Herding cats.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Folks, go ahead and please take your seats, and we'll get started here. All right, while they're still bringing lunch in, I'm just going to go ahead and start our introduction to our keynote. So if you could give me your attention, please, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. So our keynote today, is Peter Brinckerhoff. He's an internationally renowned trainer, author, and consultant for nonprofit organizations. He brings many years of experience to this field of work. He's the former board member of local, state, and national non-for-profits, and has worked for the staff and executive director of 2 regional nonprofits. Since founding his consulting firm, Corporate Alternatives, in 1982, Peter has helped thousands of organizations on 5 continents become more mission capable. Peter is an award-winning author of the highly acclaimed books Mission-Based Management in its 3rd edition, Financial Management, Social Entrepreneurship, Nonprofit Stewardship, and Generations, The Challenge of a Lifetime for Your Nonprofit. And in 2007, Generations was awarded the Terry McAdam Award for Best Nonprofit Book by the Alliance for Nonprofit Management. It was the 3rd time Peter's won this prestigious award. Peter's newest book, Smart Stewardship for Nonprofits, Making the Right Decision in Good Times and Bad, was released in February of 2012. Peter was raised in Connecticut, and he lives in Springfield, Illinois. Peter and his wife, he lived in Springfield, Illinois, and Peter now lives with his wife in Union Hall, Virginia. So, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Brinckerhoff.
Good afternoon, as you eat. See, the reason lunch speakers should always speak at lunch is that nobody can ask questions, right? Because they're too busy eating. Actually, it's a good combination and use of time. Thank you very much for that kind, well-written introduction that he got off the internet. So, but well done. It's good to be with you today to talk about some issues that I know are challenging your organizations. It'll be a mix of challenges depending on what you want, but we'll talk a little bit about mission, we'll talk a little bit about mission, and then we'll talk a little bit about mission, because that's the primary rule of nonprofits, is mission, mission, mission. I grew up in Connecticut, as you just heard, and I grew up in an average family where at dinner time when we got together for dinner, you had a little conversation about how was your day, and then we had a little conversation about why didn't you do well in school, that was me. And then we dished on our neighbors for a little while, which is always interesting. And then the conversation at dinner always turned, pretty much every night, to board policy and fundraising and governance, which is when I put my hand up and said, can I go outside? Please, can I go someplace else? My mom and dad were the founders of the very first Association for Retarded Citizen, or ARC, in the country in 1949. They were very involved in, my dad was board president of Big Brothers Big Sisters in Connecticut. My mom was on the board and board president of the Women's College in Hartford, the Hartford College for Women, which is now no longer Hartford College for Women, and the big Athenaeum, the big museum there. And so I got this stuff genetically, I think, from my folks. But it was always interesting in my academic work and my professional work to go back to that sort of foundational era of nonprofits. About 60% of the nonprofits that are existing in the United States today were formed between 1950 and 1962. They were formed by the greatest generation people that Tom Brokaw so aptly named, because it was the time when, as after the war, we were figuring out all of the holes in service and services and began to come up. Many others have been formed since then. We still form about 80,000 a year. We lose about 70,000 a year, so the net is about 10,000 a year up. During the recession, we lost more than that per year, for certainly. But the nice thing is that while the perspective on nonprofit service, the perspective on nonprofit governance, the perspective on nonprofit management has changed markedly and to the better, the base reason we exist has not changed. When I started consulting in 1980, there were 2 programs in the world that provided undergraduate or graduate education in nonprofit management. There are now 78 in the United States alone. There's 2 programs in the world, one at Yale, one at Case Western. And now there's over 100 in the United States. There's about 60 overseas. There are a gazillion certificate programs. It seems like every small college and university has some kind of certificate program for nonprofit management, all of which is great. My first national speech in 1980, I said to a group of collected nonprofits who were working with business to provide services and employment for people with disabilities, I said nonprofits need to be more business-like in their pursuit of mission. And I not only got booed, I got stuff thrown at me from the audience. Now we go, yeah, right? And so all of that has evolved, I think, in a very laudable right way. But the focus of why we are here, the focus of why our employees show up, the focus of why our volunteers come and our governing volunteers come has stayed, I hope, the same. The question is, are we still focusing on it enough? Okay, so 3 philosophies for you. And by the way, about 10 years into my speaking gigs, my dad comes to one of them and he sees these first 3, which is pretty much on every gig I do. He says, "We told you those at dinner." And I said, "Yes, you did." He said, "And you get paid for this stuff?" I said, "Yes, we do." He says, "Can I have some?" I said, "No, you can't." So, your nonprofit's a mission-based business. What does this mean? Notice I do not say business. But your organization is in the business of providing mission. Mission is the reason you exist. But if whether you are a paid staff or a volunteer, whether you are a governing volunteer or not, your job in the nonprofit that you serve is to be the best steward you can be of the resources that the community entrusts with you. Because really you're stewarding, the genesis of that word is people who manage other people's resources. You're stewarding the community's resources. And your job is to get the most mission out the door every day with the resources you have at your command. So what's the difference between a mission-based business and a non-mission-based business? Well, I actually call them this. I call it your mission-based business or a charity. And I know charity is the technical term. I get all that part. But here's the difference. The charity looks at its mission, looks at its budget, looks at its resources, and says, I want to get the most mission I can do every day. And here are my resources. I have 4. I have some combination of 4. And in fact, all of you, your organizations have some combination of these 4 resources. Money, people, buildings, and equipment. That's it. That's all you've got. Some of you have more buildings, some of you have more people, some of you have more cash, whatever. But that's it. And the charities say, okay, and that's it. When we run out of those, run out of our ability to do mission, let's have a fundraiser, or whatever it may be. Let's get some more volunteers, or whatever it may be. And you can run a very, very well-run charity. You can do tremendous amounts of mission impact as a charity. Now, this is not saying this is a bad thing to do. But the differentiation over the last 10 or 15 years with organizations that rock and roll with their mission is that they look beyond those 4 resources. They still have the same 4, money, people, buildings, and equipment. They look beyond them and have incorporated into them the resources that the business community offers us that they have spent billions of dollars, I don't want to say perfecting, but spending a lot of money figuring out how to do. Thus, good marketing becomes good mission. I'm not talking about marketing as fundraising. I'm talking about marketing as marketing. Good cash flow management, good HR, good inventory management, good governance, all those things become part of good mission. Now, if that seems like a duh to you, I get around a fair amount, and I still run into people who say that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. Matter of fact, my favorite story about this occurred about maybe 4 or 5 years ago now, down in San Jose in California, south of here a ways. And it was the United Way of the Silicon Valley, or whatever their term is down there. And I'm doing a session like this. There are a couple hundred people in the room. And at the first break, and this slide is up, in the first break, this guy walks up to me, and he says, I really need some help. I said, okay. I'm really uncomfortable with nonprofits using business techniques. I think it's wrong. I said, okay. So what do you need? He says, well, I need you to help me figure this out. Now, on his name tag was his name, and he was board president of a women's rape crisis shelter in the southern end of San Jose. What I later find out is that this guy, and I'm going to get the sequence of universities wrong, but the university is right. First of all, he's president of a local community bank, so he's a business guy. Stanford undergrad, University of Chicago Law, Harvard MBA. So he's a smart, educated business guy, right? And he has this problem, right? So he's this great case study for me. So I said, well, if you don't think it's right, I mean, if it doesn't feel right here, don't do it. And he goes, really? Yeah, don't do it. But answer me 3 questions before you leave. And he goes, okay. I said, so you think that business tools are wrong for nonprofits? He goes, yeah, I just don't think it's right. I said, okay, so answer me this. Does your Women's Rape Crisis Center have a copier? Yeah. Do you use it? Yeah. Do you have telephones? Yeah, and we use them, yeah. Do you have a computer? And he goes, oh, okay, got it, and he walks away, right? You see, copiers and telephones and computers were all tools that were originally invented for for-profit businesses. And copiers and telephones and computers can be used for bad things, and we choose to use them for mission. So it is with marketing, so it is with cash flow, so it is with inventory management, so all that stuff. Those tools are totally appropriate as long as the bottom line is always mission. Because the first rule of nonprofits, mission, mission, mission. Second rule of nonprofits, no money, no mission. Right? And that's the business part of it. We have to be thinking strategically and all those things. We'll talk about as we go through our time together. Second is nobody gives you anything. Feds don't, states don't, United Way doesn't, county doesn't. Individuals don't give you stuff. I'm looking at this table to pick on somebody who doesn't have their mouth full, and I can't find any. Oh, here's Nancy. Nancy doesn't have her mouth full. Nancy works for Family Access Networks. You don't have to say anything, actually. You just keep eating. It's fine. We'll just pick on you. And, right? Please put the video on Nancy so she's embarrassed. All right. So Nancy, at the break, comes up to me and tells me all the cool, wonderful, amazing things that the Family Access Network does. You can just nod. In the Bend area, or around? Central Oregon. Awesome thing, Central Oregon. She makes this most amazing pitch for me. And at the end of her pitch, she says, and we're having a fundraiser. This is our big community fundraising event, and we thought having somebody like you would be great. Would you consider contributing? And I write her a check. This is hypothetical. I'm just telling you. Okay. Now, some people, when I do this, they're like Nancy, they go, well, we'll see. Maybe I'll talk you into it. Okay. So what's the transaction that just occurred when I write her a check? Some of you who are younger don't know what checks are. We'll have a workshop later. What just happened? Did I give Nancy a gift personally? No. Did I give the Family Access Network a gift? No. What I just did was purchase services for people in the community who I will never meet. She made it so worth my while that I was willing to separate myself from my money because she gave me what the business community calls an expectation of outcome. By giving me her pitch on what the Family Access Network does and the outcomes they have and the impact they have, that I am willing to give her funds to purchase services. I just bought something. When I went to United Airlines to buy my ticket to come out here, I gave them money in advance on what? The expectation of transportation. When my wife and I go to concerts, which we do all the time in Southwest Virginia where we live, we buy tickets in advance on the expectation of entertainment. When I buy services from a nonprofit, I do it on the expectation of service. Here's the key to this, folks. You earn all your money. You are not subsidized. Oh, you're a little subsidized nonprofit. You should do what you do for free. You've got all these subsidies. No, I earn my money. Nonprofits in the United States, constitute 12% of the gross domestic product and employ 11% of the population. In addition to all the human service and social service and faith and educational, all the good stuff you do in the community, you're a significant economic player as well. We earn our money. Nobody gives you anything. You earn it all. Nonprofit doesn't mean no profit. Well, that's the technical truth. There is no jurisdiction in the United States. Matter of fact, there's none of this anywhere in the world where it says that a nonprofit can't make money. It doesn't happen at the state level, it doesn't happen at the local level, it doesn't happen at the community level, it doesn't happen at the federal level. Nobody says that. Now, we are named nonprofits or not-for-profits because profit is not our first motivation. But it doesn't exclude us from it. Why is this important? Because when we build up, and we have done this with our funders, the reason, by the way, funders say that you can't keep what you don't, you have to give back stuff at the end of the year, right? That's because they're cheap. Not because, right, because they're trying to figure out, and from their perspective, I love our funders, from their perspective, they want to make sure they use the services as well, but they don't get this idea that we just bought stuff, right? If I went to United Airlines and said, you didn't give me this transportation that I said I would, give me my money back, they'd go, oh no, right? But we say, okay, here. Have it back. So anyway, so why do we talk about this? Because of these two things here. Money is the enabler of mission. Second law, right? No money, no mission. Money enables mission. And I know a lot of us would like in our mind, let's not worry about money, let's just do good works, it'll all work out, it'll be cool. No, we live in the real world. That's a nice world. That's a nice world, but in the real world, you may live in that world with a little bit of red wine, or white wine, or whatever else, but in the real world, we have to make payroll. In the real world, we have to pay rent. And so money is the enabler of mission. So here's the deal. How many of you, and you got to put your fork down for a minute here, or use your other hand, how many of you, hands up, want your nonprofit to do amazing, wonderful, fabulous mission all through the rest of this year? Hands up. Look around your table. If nobody's putting their hand up, take their food away. All right? Good. Okay, second exercise. For during lunch. How many of you want your organization to do more amazing, wonderful work next year than you did this year? Okay, here's the deal. The first hands up, money is the enabler of mission. The second hands up, profit is the enabler of more mission. If you want to grow, there is an ironclad rule of your balance sheet that you can't do it breaking even. You must make money to grow. You must. Now, do you have to make money in every single service you do? No. Will there be stuff that you do that you probably should lose money at? Yes. Because there's going to be stuff in the community that you do well that nobody else is willing to do, that somebody calls on you to do, and you feel in your mission heart that you should do, and it loses money. Cool, do it. But if that's all you do, you're not going to be any good to anybody next year or next month or next decade. See, here's the truth about what we do. All the easy problems in the world have been solved. And in the United States, the majority of the hard ones that are left have been subcontracted to nonprofits. We deal with tough stuff that's going to be there forever. Let's end disability. Let's end poverty. Let's end family abuse, right? We can reduce it. We can work with it. We can help with the consequences. But the ending part, nope, it's going to be there, sadly. So we need to be there to help down the road. So profit is the enabler of mission. Again, if you have services that you do now that don't make money, it's fine. But if you have a board-instilled policy to only break even, you will always be falling behind. You cannot be best practice and break even. You can't be. And I see people that have this policy. We're going to do best practice. We're going to do world-class practice. But our board policy is to spend every cent we have. And those two just don't work together. Now, is it easy to say, let's make money? Yep. Is it easy to have a policy to say, let's make 3%, 5%, 2%, whatever the number is? Sure. And boards and CEOs, if there are board members here, and certainly CEOs that are here, remember this. It's easy for us at the 30,000 foot level to make that decision. And you know what, as a pilot, as somebody who's flown a small aircraft for 30 years, I can tell you that at 10,000 feet, you can't see people. You only see people when you're about 1,500, 2,000 feet off the ground. Your line staff are the ones that have to say no to people. We can't do any more. Because ultimately, when you say, we're going to make money, you are saying, we're not going to do everything this year. We'll wait for next year or the year after. And the line staff are the ones that you set up to say, nope, bar the door. And that's the reality of that, too. And am I giving you the easy solution for that? There isn't one. There's policy and there's practice, but understand, be sensitive to the fact that when you say we're going to put aside 5% or $10,000 or whatever the number is every year, that you are ultimately saying to some family, to some individual, to some, no, we're not going to help you this year. And that's very, very hard when there is so much need. And the fact is that you came to the organization you work with to do the mission. And now we're setting up a policy not to. So, okay, now that I've depressed all of you, let's go on. The issue here is one that we'll come back to when we look at our decision tree. When you all have budgets, right? And you have budget with income and budget with expense. When I was a CEO, I loved my income. That was the happy face, the smiley face stuff, right? And I hated my expenses. Want to do less expenses. And then I had this epiphany about 10 years ago, realized that expenses are really investments in mission. And what I do is I make the best use of the money that I have to allocate in expenses, in investments, in mission. So we should celebrate those. Think about them very carefully. But celebrate those rather than go, oh, we have too many expenses. If we had less expenses, we'd probably have less income, we could do less good, right? I mean, so, you know, we're doing good with our expenses. So what's the deal with our return? Well, we want a return on that investment. Now, that's a financial term. It's a business term. What do we need? Well, we need two returns on investment. This projector, if it was bought by the tech firm here or the hotel here or whatever else, is like a piece of equipment anywhere for a for-profit world. What do? They want to know how fast will they get their investment back, right? If you ever rented one of these things from a hotel, the answer is about 7 hours because they charge you so much for it. But for, you know, you depreciate stuff and you do that return. It's all financial, right? For us, if we decide to put money in program A versus program B, we have to worry about the money. Okay, we have to worry about which costs more. Do we make money on this? Do we lose money on this? Okay, you know, all that good stuff, right? And we'll talk about that a little more in a second. But we also have to worry about the mission return. Because you can have stuff that loses money but that does so much mission it's worth doing. And you can have stuff that many of you do that doesn't do any mission and you still do it and lose money at it. Really? We wouldn't do that. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. So what's our matrix? Our matrix looks like this. Matrix looks like this. This is the low financial return stuff. This is, you know, you lose not much money. This is not much mission. This is easy. We shouldn't do this. But if something does a lot of mission, even if it loses money, you can consider it. By the way, if everything you do is in this block, you are out of business, right? Because you got tons of loss centers and no profit centers, okay? Up here, if there's something that makes money but doesn't do mission or much mission, okay, as long as it makes money. And that's why we talk about it being in your strategic plan, and we'll talk about the decision tree in a second. You'll see more of that. And the upper right thing is kind of a slam dunk, right? As long as you're good at it. The people you serve deserve to be served well in everything you do. And if you're like most nonprofits, you do some stuff really well and you do some stuff really adequately. Because you've had mission creep and you've had underfunding and you've had to do well enough, right? And so one of my clarion calls to you today is to think through what you do really well and do more of that. And think through what you do adequately and maybe stop doing it. Because the people we serve deserve to be served well every day. And we've all been there. I have, as an exec, I have led organizations. As a board president, I have led organizations to do adequate stuff because there was so much need. And what we rationalize is it's better than nothing. And what I'd like to do is turn that around and say good enough's not good enough. Right? We need to continue to focus on high quality work in everything that we do. And it's expensive, and, you know, we can talk about that too. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the return on investment. Let me give you two examples of what I'm talking about One that's high mission, low money, and the other that's not so much mission and hopefully makes money. The high mission, low money, soup kitchen, traditional term for it, soup kitchen. I doubt that any of you have a mission statement that has a more mission-rich purpose than feeding hungry people. Maybe equally rich, right? But feeding hungry people, pretty rich mission. Should, you know, does it make any money? No, you're giving the food away. Soup kitchen, high mission, low money. Should you be a soup kitchen? I don't know. Do you make good soup? You shouldn't inflict bad food on poor people just because you feel guilty, right? This is the adequate thing. This is the adequate thing. So when we talk about competence, we're going to talk about good soup, because you should always make good soup. What's the example of a service? Here's a service that every single organization here invests money in and does, that does no mission. And don't talk about administration. Anybody know? It's out in the community. It's visible all the time. It does no mission. Huh? Speak up, or you were just talking, ordering dessert. Okay. It's fundraising. And all the development people in the audience, oh, okay, I love you all, okay? We need our fundraisers. But understand this, that development in and of itself, with the exception of the American Heart Association, the walks, where we all get healthier while we walk, right, doesn't do mission unless what? It makes money. Development has to be a profit center to justify our investment in it. Well, we're good. Okay. So every year for 30 years, I've had this conversation at least 3 times around the country someplace. I go into a community like this. People say, many of you came up and said, have you had the time to see the community? I'd love to stay here long. It'd be great. But what they also will say, they didn't say this today yet. Maybe they won't after I say this. I wish you'd been here last week because you could have come to our big chicken dinner. And I go, oh, I love chicken dinners, obviously, right? What was it about? It's our big fundraiser every year. Oh, cool. How'd it go? We had a great time. We had chicken, we had this, we had that, we had people came, it was just wonderful. And sometimes, if it's like 2 weeks before, I can always ask this question, which is, so, how'd you do? Oh, this is usually a board member. Says the board member, we measure everything. We have outcome. Good, so how much did you make? This year? Yeah, how much did you make this year? We just heard. How much did you make? This year, $642. Which means, then I have to ask the next question. Oh, how many hours of staff and board time went into your $642? And the answer, of course, is, oh, this year we measured that too. We had 295 hours. Okay. And so this is your first year doing, no, this is our 20th anniversary, right? Okay, this is bad stewardship. These people are demonstrably bad at turning chicken into money. All right? Now, are chicken dinners good? Yes. Are chicken dinners good for networking? Yes. Are chicken dinners good for community outreach? Yes. But this is always described to me as a fundraiser, and it's a fund loser every single year. Because even your volunteers only have 24 hours in a day. And if you allocate their time to a thing that loses money every year, right, what are you doing? You're taking a step, you haven't stewarded your resources back. I have global fights with my wife about this. She's on the board of a startup nonprofit where we live in Southwest Virginia, and the amount of time that the board and staff spend on some fundraisers that they do, and then the executive director says, it doesn't matter if we make money, it's about community presence. I go, yes, it does matter if you make money, because you just spent 300 hours of staff time. Okay, so that's the thing here, is to be smart in your stewardship. To think about, again, 2 or 3 takeaways. Think about your expenses as investments in mission. You make an investment in anything else, you want a return. So what is your mission return and what is your financial return? Last thing about the finance thing, and we'll move on to the next slide. One nice thing about talking these days is we have all this data because we have all these academic programs. When we have academic programs, you have academics, you have research, you have data. 30 years ago, it was people like me going around saying, well, I heard last week when I was here, this, now it's all this data. And part of the data here on finance is, I said it before, if you want to lose money on a program, good for you. Because I assume it's going to be very mission rich. I assume nobody else is going to do it. I assume you're going to do it well. Good for you. But beware. You need to know how much money you're losing. And here's the research. If I were to ask all the execs in the room, execs, put your hands up. CEOs, executive directors, good. If I were to come around and ask all of you whether your organization made or lost money last fiscal year, every single one of you would know, and every single one of you would be right. But if I were to drill deeper and say, name me your 5 biggest programs and tell me which of those made or lost money, all of you would give me an answer, and about 90% of you would be wrong in some amount, including whether you made or lost money at all in that program. Why? Because you do bad accounting? No. Why? Because you have a bad audit? No. Because of something that our funders require of us and that we do called cost shifting. All right? So Gwen here is my director of finance, and she's paid for 30% under the state program, 20% under the county program, and 18% under the DHS, so we moved this here. The rent for this table is 80% here, 20% here, 30% here, 40% here. This is called cost shifting. And pretty much everybody in the room does it to some extent. And so cost shifting is another term for self-delusion. Because when we get the reports to the board, we include all the cost shifting, so this program has some stuff out, some stuff in, some stuff up, some stuff down, and we go along assuming this program is either making money or losing money and how much. No, we don't know. All right? Your software will allow you to back this stuff out, so that as a policymakers, you can make the decisions adequately. I did not say to run 2 sets of books like the mob, okay? What I said is back out the cost shifting, so you can make a better decision. Now, do you have to do cost shifting? Yes, because otherwise you won't get your funding. I mean, I'm not saying that you can just stop doing it. You've got to allocate the way that the funders want you to. But it leads to this issue of, well, this program is going to lose terrible amounts of money, so we shouldn't do it, when in fact it's breaking even, or maybe making some money. And that happens a lot. People discover, oh, it's flipped upside down. So, okay. Mission, we talked about this, your most valuable asset. We'll talk a lot about mission for the rest of our time together. Here is a simplified decision tree for you. Here's the 4 things you've got to decide about at every meeting. Matter of fact, here's the 4 things, the only 4 things you should care about in every decision you make. Every decision you make, to grow, to not grow, to put money aside, to allocate, to hire somebody, all that, should have as its ultimate rationale 1 or more of these 4 things. More mission, better mission, more effective mission, or more efficient mission. That's it. That's the 4. Why? Because it's all about mission. And if you aren't doing something that's going to create more mission, or more effective mission, or better mission, or more efficient mission, don't do it. Now, is there a short, straight line between the decision and the actuality? No. You came here today, you took time away from work, you spent money on fuel, you probably spent money on a registration to come here to learn more, to do better mission down the road. Good. But did the rationale, was it for that, or was it to go hang out, right? Hanging out's fine. I don't have any problem with hanging out. At your board meetings, at your committee meetings, your staff meetings, at the end of every meeting, take 3 things you decided and run it back with the group and say, so these 3 decisions, what do they get? More, better, more efficient, more effective. Let's talk about it. Why do we do that? Because it closes the loop on what you should open the loop with at every meeting. And you should open the loop at every meeting with a mission story. At every meeting. Okay, I'm picking on Julie. See, all these people are done here with their dinners, so I can pick on them now. So Julie comes to me with her mission statement. She said, we're friends. We hang out on the block together. At some point, I said, you work for this nonprofit, right? She goes, yeah. What do you guys do? Now, Julie, smart staff person, knows her mission. Matter of fact, the board just went through mission training. And so everybody's got the mission. They got the mission on their little business card. They got the mission on the wall. Everybody knows the mission. So she says to me, here's the mission of the Family Access Network. By the way, nice job being together. That really worked well. That can make it easier for me. And what's the problem with her reciting the mission? The problem with her reciting the mission, with Julie doing a good job, what she's trained to do with her mission, is that, see this? Everybody look at this? See this? This is a remote control. This is our attention span in America, is how quickly we can shift the remote. Ladies, this is particular disability of men. If you give us the remote in the evening, we go click, click, click. Don't you want to rush that show? No, click. Don't you want to rush that commercial? No, click, click, click. What are you doing? I'm watching 3 movies and 2 sports events. Sit down. We'll have click, 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 right? So, right? So here's the deal. Julie starts to give me her mission. It's an awesome mission. It's a short mission. It's together mission. It's great. Wee-ba-da-ba-dee-ba-doo-ba-doo. Click. And I don't actually hold the remote in my hand, but she can see it in my eyes. Click. I'm going, don't care. You're going to board me. Okay, good. But if she said, but let me tell you a story. When she saw that moment, and she said, but let me tell you a story. If you go anywhere where they sell magazines. Used to be things called newsstands, not so much anymore, right? But you see, the business press, Forbes, Fortune, all the Business Week, what's on the cover of those every week? People. Why? What's the most profitable magazine ever promoted? People. Why? Because we like people, right? And mission is important. Mission's our most valuable asset. But mission becomes humanized when we tell a story. And then it's accessible. Then I can get it. Then I pay attention. And then when I say, well, tell me some more about that, and then Julia says, would you like to volunteer? Maybe. Or give money? Maybe. Because now I get it. Well, she goes, with this awesome, wonderful mission. But it's much easier to tell me a story. So at the beginning of every meeting, every staff meeting, every board meeting, every committee meeting, from now on, forever, you need to have a 45-second to 60-second mission moment. Every meeting. Now, why do I need to do that? That's so boring. We know our mission. People will get bored. No. The employees that you employ came to you for the job, people. They stay for the mission. Give them more mission. Your volunteers came for the mission. Give them more mission. And when you start a meeting talking about mission, it focuses everybody on what the reason is. When you end a meeting talking about mission outcomes, pop, 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 it focuses everybody that start and end is about mission. And here's the deal. Crystal has mission duty this week, right? Nancy has mission story duty next week. And by the way, this is important if you have big staff, and this is really important for the people who don't touch mission every day, because they don't touch mission every day. They hear the mission stories. And it's even more important for the people who do touch mission every day because it's what they do, right? And what happens is we begin to tell mission stories. Two things happen. Number one is we begin to get the skill, which is the most important needed skill in nonprofits, and that's the skill of storytelling. Because when we turn our mission into story, we make a human impact. Number two is it begins to build up this what I call like an archery analogy, a quiver of stories. So 5 stories, 5 months, all of a sudden Julie's out talking to me on the street. She's got 5 stories to pull from, right? She has that all ready to go, right? Mission stories, 45 seconds to a minute. This is not like, let me begin at the, I was born at a very early age and let's go from there, right? And that's the other part of storytelling, keeping it short. Keeping it short. Here's what happened. These people came in, these things happened, we turned this, all that. And obviously, some of you have confidentiality issues. I'm all good with that, but learn about stories. Okay, so mission, mission, mission. That's the point. We talked about being smart in your stewardship. This is a decision format that you can use. It's in the Smart Stewardship book. It is not the best decision format ever invented. It works for the people I've worked with. But I would urge you to think about considering this and then customizing it for your needs, your adjectives, your acronyms, all that stuff. You can do that. As we go through the decision process, remember a couple of things. The first is that this is designed to keep you focused on the most important things as you go through any kind of evaluation, big decision, small decision, huge decision, minor decision. It's also designed to make it easier for the board to delegate to the staff and the staff to delegate within the staff. So Gwen is my CEO, and I come to her as the manager of XYZ service, and I say, Gwen, I've got this idea, I got this way that we've, this thing we can do, and she says, have you run it through the decision tree, whatever you decide is your decision tree. And if I say yes, she says, show me the data. Okay? Now, if Gwen goes to the board here and says the same thing, they say, show me the data. And so it short circuits the long and laborious sometimes, not makes it completely easier, but it gets people ready before they come, having rationalized stuff. It allows you to make sure you're asking all the key questions, and in this case allows a lot of flexibility. Now, each of the sections that we're going to look at, the key questions, are just that, key questions. And they are easy to go pop, 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 pop through and say yep, 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 and be done. So in the book, and I'm not selling you the book because I will send you these for free, there are what we call subsidiary questions or secondary questions under each one. And I'll explain what that means when we'll go up here. You want those if you're going to adopt something like this. Again, to amend it for your specific needs and acronyms and services and stuff. You don't want to cut and paste this because then it's not yours, right? So, okay, so we have an opportunity, let's say, just say for the heck of it, for growth. And we are going to add a new program in this part of Central Oregon. Or not. We've been asked to, we have funding for it, we have the ability to do it, maybe, and the board is thinking about it, and the staff is thinking about it. So, first question, is this growth area consistent with our mission and values? In a minute we're going to talk a little bit about values in a little more detail, but the idea here is that our value structure becomes our cultural framework. And so they're very, very important. And if you say mission and values, yeah, but you're not specifically talking about your organizational values, and again, I'll come back to that in just a minute, it hurts you. The secondary questions here would be things like, does this wind up in more mission? How do we qualify better mission? How do we quantify efficient mission? Does it violate a value? Does it support a value? Which one of those kind of subsidiary questions for this? And again, my email was in the handout or in somewhere. Just write me and I'll send them to you. I'm happy to send them to you. If it doesn't work, if you don't do it, then you don't proceed until our problems obviously are resolved. What's our next one? Are we good at this? This is called core competence. Is what we are thinking of doing a core competence? Do what you do well. If you need to grow, do more of what you do well. And if you need to do something that you're adequate at, second part of that box, can we get good before we start? On-the-job training is something we could get away with as nonprofits 30 years ago. We cannot now. I need neurosurgery. I go to a nonprofit hospital. It's okay if you learn on the job as opposed to a for-profit hospital. Not so much, right? So, all right, can we get good before we start? Do we have the capacity to grow? When you grow fast, you run out of two things, our next two boxes. But you need the capacity to grow. So capacity, space, easy. Money, easy. Staff time, ooh, how do I measure that? Ooh, HR, IT, all the back office stuff, you know. We're going to double up our program. The HR people just found out they're going to hire 60 new people in 24 days. What? And we didn't bother to ask them because we thought the program was so cool, we went ahead and did it, right? Or the IT people say, you need what on the network? You know, you will blow us up, you know, so, okay. That kind of, all those kind of capacity to grow. And governance capacity? You're doubling up on your space, or you're adding more. Let's say you're putting a first building program up, like housing for people with disabilities or housing for homeless, whatever else. You need people on your board that have a different skill set than before that, right? That capacity changes. That HR and volunteer capacity changes. Do we have the cash to invest? This is the reason that you want to make sure that you make money, because the two things you run out of in a growth situation, the two things you run out fastest in a growth situation, are cash and quality. When you grow, you always soak up something called working capital. Every single time you grow. You grow 1% a year, you soak up working capital. You grow 20% a year, you soak up a lot of working capital. And you never get it back until you shrink again. All right? Ever. Ever. So what did I say about money? Money is the enabler of mission. Profit is the enabler of more mission. Because you can't go out in the private markets and sell shares. The only way you get money is to raise it this year, or to have made it in prior years and put it aside, right? And so as you grow, you've got to have that funding. If your planning is to grow 10%, 12%, 15% a year, good for you. You're going to run out of cash and you're going to run out of quality. About 8% year over year is what the leanest, meanest, amazing businesses in the world can do. It's about 8.5% year over year. You try to do 20% this year, 1 year. Okay, 1 year is fine. But you try to do 10% or 20% year over year, you will blow up. Everybody does. All right, it's just that people can't do it. I was a football, wrestling, and track guy in high school, and ran track in college. You wouldn't know to look before now. I used to do triathlons and marathons and stuff before I blew up my hip and had to get a new one. But I was never. I run 1,500 miles a year. Not one of those miles was fast. I was a very slow runner. So I always had this belief from my fast running friends that I could catch up with them by running what's called intervals. And those of you who are runners know about intervals. You run really fast for a half a mile, 2 miles, whatever, then you slow down. Then you run really fast and you run slow down. It didn't work. I was still slow. But the point of the intervals is if you don't slow down, you will die. In businesses, it's the same way. We want to do more mission, want to do more mission, want to do more mission. We've had 8%, 10% growth for the last years. We can do it more and more. No, you got to take a break. Organizationally, you have to take a break. And one of the questions here is about running out of cash and running out of quality. So when you think about this as a board, Are you ever going to get your money back out? Well, yeah, maybe if we shrink, but how many of us want to shrink? Nobody wants to shrink. We want to keep growing, do more mission, help more people, right? So, second thing, can we, whoa, it came out of the box. Can we protect our existing quality services? Here's the question. Remember I said you run out of cash and quality? Here's the question for you. Are you going to punish the people you currently serve for the sake of growth? Because when you have this cool program over here that you're growing in another town or another county or whatever else, wherever it's growing, what happens to the attention of management and board? What happens to our existing quality, right? Well, it may be fine, but it may not. In addition to which, now Gwen just got demoted from my executive director to my director of programs. Sorry about that. Okay. Gwen is awesome. She's my director of programs over here. She does a great job. We've worked together 15 years. She is awesome. Who am I going to send just to open the same program over here? I'm sending Gwen. What happens here? Well, unless she built this awesome organization where these people can focus on quality without her, somebody's always watching. Right? Quality is this constant observation. Quality does not happen by itself. Right? It has to be constantly trained and coached and rewarded and watched and inspected. Right? I'm a great person who believes in the management philosophy of train and trust but verify. Right? Make sure that the quality is being done. So back to this. Can we protect our existing services quality? Have we done the appropriate business analysis? What does that mean? May mean a business plan. Maybe for this. Ooh, okay. May mean just a feasibility study. May need a cash flow. I don't know. It's going to depend on how big it is. I will tell you this. There are 3 places where small businesses that expand consistently fall down because they assume, oh, we did that, we can do that. And that, number 1 is, we did program X in this county, so we can do program X in that county. Not without checking first, because every location has its own, you got to know the territory. Those of you may have ever seen the movie and the show, The Music Man, got to know the territory. You've got to know the territory. Second thing is, we've done program X for this population, we can do program X for this population. I don't mean geography, I mean like age. So we can do daycare for kids, we can do daycare for seniors. Same thing. No, it's not. Right? So those things, we got to do the business plan and make sure. We don't want to short circuit that because it's not good stewardship. And then lastly, have we consulted or involved the appropriate people? And this almost always means more than we traditionally have. The question is, when you expand, do you ask users? Some of you do, some of you don't. When you put together a staff rewards policy, do you have line staff on the committee? When you work with volunteers about making a program change, do you ask the line volunteers or do you trust just the volunteer manager? The more input, the better. Okay? Again, all the easy problems have been solved. The hard problems are left to us with not enough resources. Ask more people. In addition to which, if you want to find and keep the best people, the more you ask them, the more they will be involved. Right? So Beth here has been here 3 weeks. She's barely on board as a staff person. But if I don't ask her input, I'm paying for everything from here to here, right? If I don't ask for her input, what have I done? I've lost an important perspective. Right? One of the things you want to do about organizational improvement is ask every new employee right at 6 months, what can we fix? What can we get better? Not at 6 weeks, not at 6 days, 6 months. Not at 9 months, 6 months. 6 months is a sweet spot. They know enough to have thought and gone, you could do this, 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 this. But you haven't, after 6 months, you've ruined them. Right? Because they're going to fall into that, well, we've always done it this way, that thing, right? So I want to ask Beth for her input. What do you think? Because whether she's a staff person or a volunteer, she brings a different perspective. Strength in diversity of ideas. Not just we're all, everybody here. Diversity, good. We should have a more diverse staff, more diverse board, more diverse staff. But are we willing to listen to diversity of ideas? No, because it's not my idea. Every idea is a good idea until we find the best idea. And here's the hardest part for this, execs. And the best idea doesn't have to be my idea. That's the hardest part for those of us in leadership. Because we're paid more, we should solve all the problems, we should take the responsibility away from the line staff and just make this solve it and go. Except we don't come up with as good solutions sometimes as people of other perspectives. If I had a flip chart up here, I'd show you an example of that, but I don't, so I can't. Mission and values. Oh, back to this. again, if you want the subsidiary questions, send me the email. It's in your packet of or you can get the connections, but I'd be happy to do that. And there's also a process for adopting these or adapting these or coming up with them that includes people throughout the organization, and testing and revision and stuff like that, because it's an important thing. All right, so mission and values. Let's talk a little bit about mission. It's the first thing on our list. There are many other things to talk about within this sequence that we won't have time to do, but I want to make sure that we talk about the mission and values. We've already said this. It is your most valuable asset, and it is the one that you need to protect more and use more and utilize more than we have. Obviously, that means reviewing it every couple of years or 3 years. Obviously, it means making sure it says what you do, it uses common terminology, it uses acceptable terminology, you aren't in the unrelated business income issue, all those kind of technical things that I know all of you do. But then what do you do with it? We need to be mission cheerleaders. And again, remember two things. Our staff, the vast majority of our employees, came to us for a job. Do we pay them enough? No. Why do they stay? For the mission. Give them more mission. Now, if you're going to say, well, that's easy for you to say. You get up in front of people and yammer about stuff all the time. I think if I go and yammer about mission, my staff will think I'm dopey. All the data says no, they don't. Because it's giving them the compensation that they want. Now, am I talking about coming in and going, mission, rah, rah? No, I'm not talking about that. I am talking about mission stories, though, because they're really, really powerful. And I don't need to be the one to tell them every time. I am talking about mission outcomes all the time, because that's important, too. But I'm also talking about catching teachable moments about mission. When something happens in your organization that is, again, this is your leadership and your experience to catch these moments. When something really, really cool happens, or really amazing happens, or really heartbreaking happens that you fix, or whatever, and you say, see that? That's why we're here. That's awesome. I would rather be here with you doing this than anywhere else with anyone else. What a privilege to work in a place of meaning, and then go back to work. If your staff hear you say that, they'll say it with their staffs. And the focus will be about mission. And you know what? We'll talk about values in a second. This puts together people who want to work in places of meaning. If you say it, we are a place of meaning. If you point it out, we are a place of meaning. We are not just a place with a budget. We are a place of meaning. And there's a whole generation of people born after 1980 that want to be around places of meaning, even more than people my age or people my parents' age do. But you got to say it to make sure that people remember it. There's a wonderful book. There's a guy who writes fabulous leadership fables, a guy named Pat Lencioni, who has written, some of you probably have read some of his books, 5 Dysfunctions of a Team and Death by Meeting and stuff like that. They're great books. They're all little fables, and you can read them in 2 hours, 3 hours. And this particular book was called The 4 Obsessions of the Extraordinary Executive, long title. But Lencioni, L-E-N-C-I-O-N-I is the guy's name. You look him up on Amazon. Huh? Yeah, L-E-N-C-I-O-N-I is his last name, and you look him up and you'll find the 4 obsessions. Just focus on the number 4, because he has 6 of these, 2 of these, 3 of these in the titles of his book. And in the book, the CEO of a startup, who was the only employee for a while, now has 200 employees, and he's trying to figure out, what do I do? I used to do marketing, I used to do sales, I used to do accounting, I used to do janitorial. What do I do? You know, what do I do? And one of the things that he figured out that he needs to do is this, and this is the quote from the book that I think will empower some of you to do more on this area. It is the job of the leader to over-communicate the core mission. Over-communicate it. How many of you have kids? How many times do you tell your kid you love them a day? Every time you see them. Why? Because they forget? No, because you can't tell them enough. Same thing with mission. Kids live on love, right? They grow on love. In our nonprofits, we live and grow on mission, which some people say is an expression of love. Fine, but the mission is what people are there for. People came for a job, they stay for the mission. Give them more mission. Show them as a leader that you are touched by mission. Show them that you work in a place of meaning. You can't do this too much. Now, can you feel uncomfortable doing it? Sure. Will you feel uncomfortable doing it? Maybe. Try it a few times and find out that people go, that was really nice you said that. And you go, oh. Because we don't think it's business-like. But you know what? This is our business. Mission is our business. It's what we're about. Okay? All right. Mission, the why of our nonprofit. Okay, for sure. Values are the how. And the interesting thing about values is that there is, again, a great deal of evolving research over the last 15 years about values, particularly in small organizations, and most of you are probably under $10 million a year, so small organization, and how they create, if we make them intentional, if we have a list of values and we talk about values and we recruit on values and we evaluate on values and we make decisions on values, that they create a culture. They are like magnets. They attract and repel. So one of my values as a nonprofit is accountability. In our nonprofit, we hold ourselves and each other accountable. We admit it when we're wrong, we move on, and we take responsibility for our actions, deeds, and words. Good. And if I am one of these people that goes, not my job, I'm not going to that organization. Right? Slowly but surely, you develop this culture wrapped around values. Now, if all of you think this is silly, all of you think about this. All of you, every single person in the room. Sometime in your life, you were in a car, at a party, at somebody's home, or in a place of work where you didn't share the values of the people around you and you couldn't wait to leave. What you want to do by creating values that work for you and the mission and your culture, and you don't do this again from your executive director office, you do it with everybody. You want to create a value where everybody comes and wants to be there. This is my comfortable place. This is my sweet spot. My grandfather said this. He said, Peter, find something to do in life. He had many good things to say. Find something to do in life where Mondays are as good as Fridays. And don't worry about the money. Very difficult to do when you're 18, right? Not to worry about the money. But I remember that so much that when I eventually found that, I thought of him. And said, okay, I want to go to work on Monday and I want to go home with my family on Friday, and I have 95% of the world beat. What's your job as a leader? Your job as a leader is to create that for the people you employ. Because people come and stay at places that share their values, all right? Most of us, sadly, in the world, are miserable because we're in places that don't share those values. We've got a leader that screams or whatever it may be that we just aren't comfortable with. And if you can create those values internally, that's all kinds of good. When people feel comfortable, everything benefits, okay? What you want to do is state your values and get together as a group and put together value statements, understanding that values have advantages and disadvantages. Values need to be talked through very carefully about what they mean, because while they are wonderful, in the positive side, they are traps for you as a leader. One-word values, okay, just one-word values. What do you think the most popular value is on value statements in the United States? Anybody have a guess? Respect? Somebody say respect? What did somebody say over here? Friendly. Friendly? Okay. It's actually respect. And you know why? Because of Aretha Franklin. Right? She brought us respect, so no. All right, so let's just take respect and work with that for a second. It's the most popular statement. I mean, statistically, it's the one that's up by a factor of 3, I think, than anything else. So what is, yeah, let's, okay, we agree on respect? Good, we're good with respect. This is my values team. And I go to the board and we say, we're going to do it with respect? Good, we're good. And then we tell all the staff over here, we're going to be respectful. And they go, cool, I'm all good with that, but we don't talk about it. Now, here's what I want to do. I'm going to walk around to a couple of tables and call people randomly, so you have to play. 10 seconds. We are going to be respectful. I am your supervisor, you poor person. I am your supervisor. What can I do? What action, word, way of being, whatever, can I do that is disrespectful to you? Top of mind, 10 seconds. Ready? Go. What is it?
Not listening.
Not listening. What is it?
Speak not well to me.
Okay, not speak nicely to you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. What?
Not engage me in conversation.
Not engage me in conversation. Beatrice?
Take a phone call.
Good idea. No, okay, yeah, okay, good. What?
Micromanage.
Micromanage. What?
Tell instead of ask.
Tell instead of ask. What?
Didn't ask for my advice.
Didn't ask for your advice. Okay, good. I was raised in a house of people where respect was say please and thank you. I'm done. Right? And I've done that little drill 150 times. And I have heard really, and none of them are wrong, but the most interesting responses to that. Some of them are hang up on me or take a phone call while I'm talking, right? Some of them are yell at me, some of them are don't engage me, some of them are look at my clothes. No, talk about my clothes. Okay. Some of them are don't talk about me in the third person or something. I mean, really, things where what we saw around the table was what? We saw experience, where people had been disrespected. We saw sensitivity, where people were sensitive to certain things. It was the top of mind stuff. We saw different gender differences, and you add cultural differences, and you add ethnicity, and you add age, and all of a sudden you have this whole potpourri of things that I'm going to offend people by. So that's what we need to do when we develop our value, is what does this mean? And when I screw up, because obviously with all these different things, I'm going to make a mistake, that I am open enough to somebody saying, to Carol saying to me, that was pretty disrespectful. Even if we do it one-on-one or we do it in the group, doesn't matter. Me saying, tell me why, and I'm sorry, I will try not to do that. Because people take accountability differently, I'm sorry. People take transparency differently. How many of you feel that your organization is good and transparent? On the outside or the inside? See, that's the key. Transparency has to, if you go on your website, and I go on your website and you say, hey, our 990s are online. Our board members are online with their pictures and everything. Our budget's online. Our impact statement's online. We are transparent. Do all your staff get to see the budget? Do all the staff get to see the minutes of the board meeting? Do all the staff get to comment on the marketing plan or the strategic plan? If the answer to any of those questions is no, you're not transparent internally. And the thing about values is if you want them to work as a cultural builder, that you have to be true both out and in. They have to start inside and move out, not be out for the work, because they'll get it really quickly. We include everybody in our conversations with the community, well, except the staff say. Right? What about, so again, think about that. Then make sure that your values require discussion. Analog, not digital. Okay, everybody knows the difference between analog. You can't see my watch, but it's an analog watch. It says right now it's about 9 minutes of one. A digital watch, what would it say? 51, 1251. Right? There's no discussion. Analog, discussion. Google has one value. Anybody know what the value of Google is? 3 words. Yep, you've heard of Google here in Central Oregon, right? I'm just checking, because it was like this blank look. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. All right, don't be evil. That's it, don't be evil. I have a really good friend who's employee number 37 at Google, and yes, she's rich. No, you can't have her email for a fundraiser, I'm sorry. And she talks about this all the time. So we argue about this all the time. 10 years in, and Google is 12 years old now. We argue about this all the time. Gmail could be evil. Somebody says it, right? Privacy stuff could be evil. And they just pound on each other about it, and it keeps us focused, right? This kind of discussion is what a very good friend of mine, when I served on the Goodwill International board for years, he used to call this. That kind of discussion is what we need more of. It's called vigorous fellowship, right? That we argue with our heads, not our hearts, in the sense that we don't get angry into each other. We get in each other's head, brain, but not into their personal being, right? And we have those kind of discussions. Then make sure that you don't have values that you personally can't support. So for example, if the value is transparency and you as a boomer manager, that's me, are uncomfortable in sharing your financials with everybody, you just don't want to do that. Don't say you're transparent. I can't do that. I can't implement that. By the way, why are boomer managers uncomfortable sharing financials? All the boomers in the room, all right? Let's go back to 2nd grade. We were taking our arithmetic test. What did our teachers tell us? Cover your work. And we've never forgotten that, right? Right? You talk to a 30-something manager, here, sure, just hand it out. Right, get everybody to have it. They don't care, right? Why? Because they were raised in an environment where all information is available all the time for everybody. Right? And that has problems too. I mean, both of those have problems. I'm not saying that my kids and their generation don't have issues with share everything, because share everything sometimes means share everything, which isn't good either. Matter of fact, I had the privilege of working with the Ronald McDonald House board this morning, and we were talking about intentional things to say to young staffers and volunteers about use of social networking and use of technology and things you can't post on your Facebook page, you can't tweet about, stuff like that. And one of my really good friends from Kellogg, one of my students who has remained a very good friend, When he was looking for work, he worked on the first Obama campaign. When he got done, he was looking for work, and we had a long conversation about career planning. And he said this really interesting thing, and as you heard before, one of my books is on generation change in nonprofits. He said this: I don't sell myself as me. I sell myself as a node on a network. I come with all my friends. And that is an amazing opportunity for us, because he comes and he has a problem and he ships it out to all his friends. And all his friends comment on it. It's great. The downside is when he has something that shouldn't be shared, he ships it out to all his friends. Right? And so that's the good news, bad news. I think those of us in my generation keep too much private, and those of us necessarily in my kids' generation sometimes a little too much. And you got to be smart in what you share. So there's that as well. All right, a couple more things, and we'll get you out of here. If you got the values, use them. On your employee recruitment page, if you want to work in a place where we have a place of meaning, where we share with each other, back each other up, respect each other, and are transparent, come with us. Be very specific about stuff, right? Make sure you use it. Make sure you use it in behavior management. Make sure you use it on decision making, and then, of course, hold yourself accountable. You will fall off the pedestal on this as the leader. You will. We all do. John Maxwell says this all the time. People don't want you perfect. They just want to see how you lead through your mistakes, right? They know you're human, right? Don't try to be anything but, okay? So these are our values. Take a minute and read these. These are values. They're valuable values. I'm going to give you 15 whole seconds because I got 5 minutes to be done. So just skim them. What do you think about these? Just hands up. Are these reasonably good? Are these deficient? Would you think about adopting these for your organization? Apparently not. Everybody knows they're being set up. Okay, good. These are the value statements for an American company that is very, very, very well known. Does anybody know who they are? These are Enron's values. Okay, those of you who've been around a while know the name Enron, the biggest financial scam on the American consumer ever. Makes Bernie Madoff look like Little League. All right? Enron, if you read the book, The Smartest Guys in the Room, and most of them were guys, there were a few women involved, most of them were guys. It is just this huge scam, right? Where the only value in the company was predation. And, seriously, this is a fascinating book, because if you like business books and you like horror books, this is both. This is about a company with one value, predation. I will predate on you, I will predate on you, I will predate on my boss Gwen, I will predate on my assistant Lori, I will predate on everybody, including my customers and the whole state of California and people overseas, everybody, right? And right inside the front cover is this list of values, which the late Ken Lay was holding up in front of Congress when they were asking about, this seems like you're making a lot of money, we can't quite figure out how. It's a shell game, but I'm going to lie to you. That's one of my values, I'm going to lie to you. And he put this up in front of Congress. We are the most value-laden company in America. They paid a consultant $100,000 to come up with that. Never looked at it. Laughed about it all the time. So the point is, values are important, but only if you live them. Put them up on the wall and they don't have ownership and they don't have buy-in and you don't actually use them, people be cynical about them. Okay. So if you do something weird, don't chase the money. Okay. We have a couple of minutes, and I say a couple, I mean a couple, because I promised to get you out of here at 1. 1 or 2 questions anybody may have on anything? Anything about nonprofits, anything about the meaning of life, anything about, I can always opine. And I'm going to be doing a session in here at, I think, 1:15 on best practices in governance. So those of you that haven't signed, or I don't know if you're signing up or not, but I will see some of you for that. So I want to thank you for coming, thank you for having me, and wish you good luck with your mission. Thanks very much.
All right, that's the end of the keynote. And for those of you, you can check in the schedule which rooms you have to be in, because you have to go back across the street again if you're back over in Cascades. All right, thanks.
And you've only got 15 minutes to do it, so hurry. Right?
Yep. Oh, also, for those of you in the front of the room who may not have realized that there are some desserts in the back of the room.
Okay, I have a flip chart. Now I'm going for markers. Is black sufficient?
Black's fine. We won't really need it. We really needed them in the last one because there was a case that helps people get that part, but it is what it is.
So you don't need it now? Or do you want
It wouldn't
to
hurt just in case. I can use a black marker. Do we have the other PowerPoint up?
Yep, you ready for it?
Well, I mean, 115. Yeah, just one's fine.
not it. I'm tapping the mic. Try, just give me some more line. I can hear it barely. Test. Test 1, 2. That'll do it. A little bit more. Test. I can barely hear it.
If I could have your attention, please. Peter, we're going to start Peter's session in about 3 minutes. So those of you milling about, enjoying yourselves, you need to stop doing that. Stop having fun. And stop networking, and move forward, please. Those of you in the room for Peter's session, please move forward and stop having so much fun. Thank you. And valuable networking stuff must cease, according to Peter. Now I'm gonna go round them up to that. One minute countdown to Peter, and remember, please move forward. He does like to pick on people, so he wants to see you. Countdown to Peter. He's paying me to do this. And when you sit down, you'll get the handout, which is awesome. Excellent. Oh, very nice, everyone. Okay, Peter is eminent. Doing it again. Eminent Peter. Okay, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session entitled Best Practices in Nonprofit Governance. Peter, thank you again for joining us, and I will turn it over now. I'll stop harassing people. So thank you, Peter.
Hang on, Peter.
Peter is in it.
Let's have a look.
That's an interesting way of putting it. You just play with this, and I'll just start. Thank you all for coming back. I really enjoyed this segment. I appreciate your We're going to talk specifically about governance. We'll talk about a variety of things in governance for you. The reason this is, I sort of think, so important is because it's the first leg of the stool that started to be ramped up about 15 years ago by funders and then by academicians. We were worried about 15, 20 years ago with management training and management education, undergraduate, graduate, but now it's still management business schools, no question. In your nonprofit management program, there's lots of operations in business schools, lots of operations in social work schools. So the management thing was done pretty well. Community foundations run programs, generation programs, hours of stuff online. So do you hear anything at all on the students?
I am not either.
There we go. Nope. There you go. Get that.
Yeah, so it's not, if you wear like the tags, that's fine. I'll just speak loud.
We're recording.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's just technology. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. This is not working, just so you know. Okay, second leg of the stool was infrastructure. About 10 years ago, the Indication Foundation kind of figured out, lots of other foundations followed, that we need to have computers that actually work. And we need to be the thing that is good. You used to be criticized for having a computer, criticized for not having a computer, that kind of thing. So there's a tremendous amount of money spent on infrastructure, HR, IT, physical space, all that stuff, where we could do our work in a space and environment that wasn't kind of embarrassing. The third leg was government. We did it for 15 or 20 years. We relied on board sources to do their wonderful work. Great organization.
Hello. Great organization, does great stuff, great resources, a lot of their stuff. But so much wasn't researched. It was just known, right? There's a tremendous amount of things in society that we have no good research on, but we just know stuff and we tell each other what to do. Why? Because that's what you should do, but we don't have any research on it, right? And as this son of an engineer and the father of two, I like data. It's much more compelling to say, this is the research, this is the best practice, this is the stuff that really does actually work and we can prove it. So that's what we're going to talk about today, is the best practice stuff. And it's important because more and more funders are becoming more and more concerned about governance. There are some deal killers. Some of the things we'll talk about today are deal killers. If you do not have them, many funders will walk away from you. They will say, oh, I'm not even going to get to the next level of your application for stuff. So we'll talk about all that this afternoon. This is how to get a hold of me. Oh, a couple of things about the end of the day. When the end of the day comes, you all get to go home. Woo! I get to race to an airplane up in Redmond. So while I'd love to sit around and chat with you about questions, this is how to get a hold of me. Okay, you ask questions as we go along. There's only 40 of us here maybe. So ask questions, ask questions, ask questions. If you have a question in a month or a week that you want every year, you want to ask, send me the email. I'm not going to send you a bill. I'm not going to send the association a bill. It's free. Okay, do it. But today after the session, I just got a quick question. I'm going to say, sorry, I got to go, because I'm going to make this plane by about 5 minutes, and I'm going to Guatemala tonight. So, well, that's not true. Until tomorrow morning. I think sometime tomorrow I'm getting down there for a conference. Yeah.
In with my situation, I missed what the first leg of the stool was.
People, the management training, the management training, and that was something that. A corollary to this is healthcare. When I came out of my second tour, around in Vista in 70, what would that be, 6? I was given some offers to go to grad school, and there were, most hospitals in the country were run by doctors who had no management training at all. They were doctors, right? Because most hospitals in the country were under 50 beds. Right? And so the brand new field of healthcare administration was showing up at the graduate level. 10 years later, the same thing started to happen for nonprofits. So anyway, we're good with that. This is how to get a hold of me. As I said, please feel free. Website's there. There's a variety of resources for you there. All those things. Okay, we're going to talk through some rules and some practices and some best practices and reducing liabilities. We may or may not take a break. It depends on how much you want to take a break, because if we don't take a break, you get to go home sooner. If you do take a break, you get to network more and have fun, which you were told to stop doing. So, it's all up to you. It's fine. But anyway, 3:45. We're done. So no matter what, one way or the other, and I apologize for that. We'll talk about reducing board liability. We'll talk about decision making a little bit, and it's the same tree you saw in the last session, those of you who were with us at lunch, but we're going to talk about it in a governance perspective and why governance, why board members care about it, and then getting and keeping a best board and some sequence of what you can do now and some resources and stuff, and we'll get you out of here. We used to think of boards as really, really nice people who helped us fulfill our government obligations. We had to have a board. Okay, we have to have a board. Okay, we'll put up with a board. And when we're done with the board, we'll go back to work. And I'm speaking from a CEO perspective as me. By the way, everything I told you not to do or to do wrong, I've done wrong as a CEO, everything. hello, my name is Peter, I'm a recovering executive director, you know. And same thing as a board member. I've been board member and board president, and I've done a bunch of this stuff wrong over the years. But what's interesting to me is the evolution of being on boards has gone from tolerated to resource to fundraisers. And there is a huge danger in that. Okay, and you'll hear me talk about fundraising in a minute. Is one of the barriers and the real problems with boards nationally, and certainly in the last recession had to do with this predisposition to have board members just do fundraising as opposed to do other stuff. So we've got research and trends. We've talked about these things already, but let me talk about them in a couple more. The context of the board. The mission thing your board gets. But the mission thing your board needs to be reminded. This is why open the board meetings and the committee meetings with the mission stories. The research on why do you like to serve on this board, X board, Y board, Z board, the comments are always the same. It's about the mission. What's the best part of your stuff on the board? It's the stories about what we do. So tell them more stories. If you think about board members coming to meetings once a month or 6 times a year or for whatever you do, 8 times a year, 4 times a year, what you find is people that get caught up in budgets or caught up in the golf tournament or get caught up in policy or whatever and don't get to deal with missions, right? So talk about the mission more. It is ultimately about the mission. And this is, by the way, one of the key things that your board leadership needs to focus on, and when I say leadership, I mean both the board chair or vice president or whatever you call the person, and the committee chairs. They need to be focusing on the mission all the time. We'll talk about some things for them in a minute. The no money, no mission thing I think is pretty straightforward, but we go back to the issue of making money and having money at the end of the year. Many board members historically were family members of users of the organization. So my world, a lot of my world early on was about disabilities, and in many disability organizations, family members were on the board. You know, they're there to, because of their interest in their family members, true with mental health, true with homelessness, true with a lot of stuff. And they bring a really, really good perspective to that. Over the last 25 years, we've gotten more and more and more and more business people in on the board, and business people who are passionate about the things that the organization does. We have to go back to that money thing. The money is here to do mission. Now, how do we steward the money the best? And have those conversations at the board meetings, because as people come on the board, you can get a couple of board members say, we should spend every dollar we have because I'm here for the mission first. We should have people say we should never spend any money, we should put it all aside because I'm here for the budget side, right? Which is our first takeaway of the day. You have a tremendous number of needs for skills on your board. And those skills move. Over time, they change. The skills that you need change, right? When I came on our board of our disabilities organization in Springfield, Illinois, what would that be, 1980, something like that? We had 12 parents and me, right? I was the only business person on the board, which will lead to another story later. We were a $500,000 a year organization providing mostly single-site care for small, anywhere from kids from 3 to 9, in a sort of a school setting. This is before least restrictive environment in public schools. And 10 years later, we were a $30 million a year organization. That's 500,000 to 30 million. We had 23 group homes, 2 what are called ICF-MRs, intermediate care facilities for the developmentally disabled, MR being mentally retarded, but they didn't use that term. And in that period, we needed lawyers and contract people and construction people and architects and those kind of people on the board. When I went off the board, we were moving stuff back out of the facilities into the community, and we needed community leaders and ministers and community activists and those kind of, so the stuff changes. And for you too, the skill set will change over time. What doesn't change, I hope, is this, no matter what the skills you have on the board is. You need about 50% of your board to be what I call advocates for mission. I'm not talking about professional advocates. Those of you in social work know about professional advocates. I'm not talking about that. People whose primary reason for being there is mission, mission, mission. And then you need about 50% of the board that's business people. The people that are the advocates First rule, mission, mission, mission. The people who are the business people, second rule, no money, no mission. And this provides this wonderful dynamic tension. And if you look up, it keeps us in balance, right? Here's the business people, here's the mission people. It keeps us in balance. And a lot of being a good board member is about balance. We'll talk about that in a second. Sometimes you find those people in the same body. You find people that are mission-oriented who are business people. Cool, but you need about half and half. And, 60-40, it's fine. 70-30, gets kind of itchy. So the first rule is mission. The second rule is no money, no mission. The third rule, woo, this is the nuclear meltdown if violated rule. The executive director, CEO, whatever you call that person, the person who works directly for the board. That person works for the board. Everybody else works for the CEO. Period. End of the story. No discussion. Never violate it. Don't, I've heard every excuse. They all are inadequate. If you violate this rule as a board member or you violate this rule as a staff member, you will bring your nonprofit to its knees. Not may, not can, will. Okay? Now, why would this be violated? Actually, and I say never, ever, ever, there's actually two reasons you should violate this. If a law is being broken, or if someone is being hurt. All right? So, by hurt, I mean molested, I mean physically hurt, I mean psychological abuse, but a law is being broken, somebody's stealing, yes, go to the board, right? Absolutely. But and there are whistleblower policies that you should have in your nonprofit and all those things. But other than that, what you want to avoid. And there's a line here. It's a really weird line because every community is small. And the line is this: well, my financial manager, who is a staff person, who's an employee, and I'm the exec now, needs to work with the treasurer on the board. Yes, she does. And they need to have conversations. Yes, they do. And they need to have conversations when I'm out of the room all the time. So what do you mean they can't work with each other? I didn't say that. I said that the executive director works for the board and everybody else works for. So if the financial manager was saying to the board member, well, you need to know what's going on, that's inappropriate. And the board member needs to stop it. And if the board member is saying to the financial member, well, while the exec's gone, can you tell me what's happening? That's inappropriate. All right? And this is hard in a small town because in some cases, employees of the nonprofit that you are on the board of are your friends. They're people your kids play t-ball with. They're folks you go to church with. And they come to say, you really need to know this. No, I can't. Really important. And you'll see this going to pop up later in the afternoon when we talk about this. Really, really, really important stuff. Okay. So what are our keys to governance? Well, there are four. They are balance and sticking to policy and serving as a check and balance and providing outside credibility. What do we mean by all these? Well, the balance comes in a couple of forms. Number one is mission and money. Balancing mission and money. If you spend all the money, you can't do any mission. If all you do is mission, you run out of money. You got to have this balance, okay? This is hard. And it's very hard to achieve this. It's like being on a teeter-totter when they used to have teeter-totters, when teeter-totters weren't considered as child killers in playgrounds, and you used to have them. It's so much fun because my wife and I get the good fortune to travel to a lot of places outside the United States, and they all have teeter-totters, right? Australia, teeter-totters everywhere. Europe, teeter-totters everywhere. In new playgrounds, brand new playgrounds, right? Out here. And I was always the biggest kid, so I was always the kid that I loved it because I go down and everybody else go up. It was great. So balancing mission and money is hard because it's again this issue of the advocates and the business people, but that's one of the balances. Balancing staff and board needs is the second one. Both the staff and board need to be fed. Both of them need to have their opinions heard. And in governance, staff need to be heard. We'll talk about that in one of our lists in a couple of minutes. And paying attention to staff opinion and paying attention to board opinion and not dissing each other and doing that diversity thing that I was talking about earlier. And then this is really important. And I don't know, do we have board members here, or is it just staff? Okay. Thank you for your service. All right, listen up. Balancing work and play for the staff. We have data that we are killing our employees. Why? Because every year we have to do more with less money. And so as a board, we said, we'll do that too. And the staff are all great people. They say, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. How many days, hours a day did they get given to them every day? 24. And they are sleeping less, they are spending less time with their families, they are not taking time for themselves, all this. And they're not taking their vacation time and all that. Okay, to the execs, let me just tell you this. You need to, and again, as an exec, we do this wrong a lot. You need to not be the first person there in the morning and the last person to leave every night. You need to not do that, okay? You need to take 3, 4, 5 days away twice a year. And when I say take 3, 4, 5 days away, I'm not saying a 2-week vacation. I know that doesn't happen anymore. But I'm saying 3 or 4 or 5 days with the phone off. All right? Why? Because we've built these codependent situations where we feel as leaders that we have to be engaged every minute because we have to be there, because we have to be visible, because we have to be. And when you tell your staff people, I'm going for a run, and you think about this for a week, like, because you're going to run at midday, and you really want to do it at midday because it's too dark in the morning and too dark by the time you get home. I'm going to run midday, and you worry about, I'm not going to be a good example, I'm not working through, I'm going to go run, and all the staff go, good for you. And you go, huh? Because they don't want you to die either. All right? I mean, we are so blind with this blind spot about this as leadership. I had some work in Alaska a couple of years ago where we were looking at work-life balance stuff for the 500, I think, or 600 nonprofits in Alaska. And in doing focus groups, we would ask the execs about whether they had policies about taking personal time, not using any much called vacation time anymore, just personal time. And yeah, we require people to take it, yeah. And do you know how much of the personal time your staff actually take? Well, it's really not enough. We force them, and we threaten to take it away, and they just don't seem to take it. Well, what do you think the number is? Well, it's maybe 50% of their personal leave they take. We'd like it to be more, but we just can't seem to do it. Well, of your executive team, what percentage of vacation have they taken for the last 2 years? Oh, I don't know. Well, go look and call back. And it was 5%. It was 10%. And your people will do what you do. Right? And if you never take your vacation, they will assume that you never want to take your vacation. Board members, make them go away. They will make better decisions. They will come up with better answers. They will do better if they are not here all the time. And I will give you a perfect example that all of you have had the experience of, and that is waking up at 3 a.m., making that little trot into the bathroom, and suddenly going, or in a shower, right, in the morning, and going, boom, I see the solution to my problem. All of us have had this experience. You want to take more showers because you have better ideas, right? It's because our mind was clear, because we had that distance, that perspective. Please do this. Now, can we hyper-fund the organization and get all the people we need? No, it's not going to happen. Are we ever going to pay people in nonprofits what they're worth? Probably not. Every 10 years, somebody comes up and says, we should hold a strike for more pay for people to get equal quality. Okay, good luck. I mean, I'm with you. I don't think we pay people well enough, but the way this system, my wife was a special ed teacher for 33 years. Teachers don't get paid enough either. Neither do cops. Neither do firefighters. So, there's some things in this society that we just don't have in the right perspective. So anyway, balance, work in place. Sticking to policy. Policy. Budget, policy. Strategic plan, policy. Taking out a loan for the organization, policy. Opening a new program, policy. Financial policies, disaster policies, policy, right? That's good. What color the invitation to the annual meeting should be, not policy. Whether you buy your office supplies at Staples or Omax, not policy. Whether we should hire or fire the deputy director, not policy. Right? And the way, this is again one of those things where I hear a lot of complaints from board presidents and from execs. The great preventer on here, the great preventive, is a good relationship between the board president and the exec. Not that they're best friends, but that they can talk to each other between meetings, and the exec can go to the board president and say, look, you guys went way over the line on this one. Or you went a little over the line. Or the president goes and says, hey, I thought we were over the line. Were you good with that or not? Right? I mean, you have to have this discussion, because it's the board president, as you'll see in a minute, whose job is not to run the meetings. His job or her job is to manage the board. that has to put the hammer down on, no, too much detail. Now, staff, let me give you another hint on this. Don't give the board too much detail. Board members deserve to see anything and everything they want every time, but that does not mean you have to give them everything always, right? So summary budgets, all good. You give them all the detail, they will dive into the weeds. Why? Because you have smart, capable, educated people that are used to running their organizations in many cases, and they, this is cool, right? The second reason we have boards that get into day-to-day management is founder boards that were there before there were staff, when they were doing everything, and now they're backing up. We have a couple staff. I don't really like it. I kind of like doing, So that's another issue. But the policy thing is huge. And I will tell you this too, that if you have a 10-member board, or 12-member board, or 15-member board, or 18-member board, and you think you're rocking and rolling and everybody's got the policy thing and it's all good, one new board member can screw it up. One new board member. This is a small social group, ultimately, not social in the sense of let's go out and have coffee or drinks, but it's a small social group, and one person can come in and change the whole dynamic. And I've seen it happen a gazillion times. I have a very good friend who I'm going to have dinner with in a few weeks in Atlanta who runs a Goodwill down there. They've gone from $60 million to $200 million under his 10 years of being in leadership. He had this board that was just awesome, and one person came in, and now he's retiring. He says, I can't stand it. It's just changed the whole, it's gone from a trusting organization to a suspicious organization. It's gone from an organization that was all about empowerment and all about restriction, and I can't stand it. So very sad for the community and for him. So policy is a hard one, and again, that partnership between the exec and the board president is the key. So board members, pick your presidents carefully. Don't just take the ones that are willing to sit at the end of the table. Take ones that are able to work with the board, the exec. Exec, your job is to work with a succession of board presidents. So, figure it out. But also, if you see something coming down the road that's not going to work, make sure you put your hand up. Check and balance on staff. Guess what? The staff are also a check and balance on the board. This is a two-way teeter-totter, again, right? And the check and balance thing is used as a rationale by some people to know everything that's going on every day. And that is a bad use of board time. It doesn't trust our staff. I tell people all the time, you don't trust your exec? Fire her. Get a new one. But let her do her job, right? Don't sit over her shoulder all the time trying to figure out what she's doing. And the analogy I will use for this is about speed limits, traffic speed limits. Except in places of Germany, most of the developed world has speed limits on the road, right? Those are policies. And you think of them, they're set up by the government in some fashion to go 45 here and 70 here and whatever it might be. And we put signs up, and there's the policy, and you see the policy. So the board of your organization sets policy. Now, again, the data show that most of us comply with speed limits within 5 miles an hour. Most of us, on our own. We just do it. And some of us go like crazy and go through all the traffic, but most of us comply with speed limits. Most staff comply with board policies without any oversight, right? But every once in a while we have speed traps. Why do we do that? To keep people honest and just to remind them, tweak, 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 that somebody's watching. What do our boards do? Our board had board meetings where they are given reports on the budget, or reports on the strategic plan, or reports on the stuff. That's that check and balance. What don't we do with speed limits? We don't put a cop in the back of every car looking over a driver's shoulder, and the boards don't need to either. Okay? That's just, it's insulting, and it isn't cost effective with board time. Boards have other things they can do rather than, And again, you don't trust your staff, you don't trust your exec, get a new one. But don't spend your time saying, I've got to know everything. And the rationale is, from people who are just basically untrusting, is that I am liable personally if things go wrong. This is true. That's why you set in checks and balances, and you buy directors and officers insurance, and you do all the other stuff that we'll talk about in a minute. Other takeaway from this little business about oversight is about budgets. Budgets, I feel, should be viewed as contracts between the staff and the board. You have a lot of data, you negotiate, you figure it out, the board adopts it, the staff says, obviously the staff says okay because it's the board adoption. And then as long as the staff is staying within the budget, the board should, and I emphasize this, leave them alone. They should not tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak, right? One method of doing this is to have a board, have other financial reports that talk about not only the expenses for the month and expenses for the year, but the percent off of budget that you are, both for the month and the year, right? So 1%, 2%, 0.5%, 3%, whatever it might be. This is a way of the board seeing what's important, because to some board members, a $5,000 overage, $5,000 is a lot of money. But if it's in a $600,000 line, it's not very much. Right? And so the board member said, $5,000, understandably. So I have a lot of boards that I've worked with that have an agreement that if you're under 2% under for the, or under or over for the month, or I think it's 3% for the year, something, whatever the percentages are for the month and for the year, that you cannot bring the issue up at a board meeting. You can bring it up at all you want at a finance committee meeting, but not at a board meeting. Right? So to keep people on the big stuff, keep people on, not the it's a contract. If the staff is doing their contract, leave them alone. Don't just mess with them. And again, OMAX versus Staples. I've got a coupon here. If you go to, that's not a board's job, right? That's just not the board's job. Outside credibility. This has a number of pieces to it. The first is, in a transparent society, be willing to have your picture and who you are put on the website, not just your name. Okay, that's number one. I don't like my picture. Too bad. I mean, it's, this is part of the credibility thing. My class at Kellogg, at the business school, was about nonprofit management, marketing, and strategy. And it was the introductory course at Kellogg for people that were getting a business degree, an MBA, but they were also, they were going to get a concentration in nonprofit management. And 30, 35 students every year. The amazing thing about teaching people at Kellogg was that I knew I was always the stupidest person in the room. All right? These people were brilliant. And by the time they were 30, they had cured cancer twice, started 3 nonprofits, raised $10 million, written 7 books, opened a play on Broadway. It was like, how can these people be so talented? So it was always sort of a game to figure out how to stay ahead of them. And what would it be, 7, 8 years ago now, the previous, it was a fall semester class, and the previous Christmas had been the big tsunami in Thailand and in the Indian Ocean. And I told the students the first day, your final project, and you can start doing the project now if you want to, is to look at the 4 largest responders to that disaster, 4 largest international nonprofits, and listen to all the stuff I tell you in the course about what makes a good nonprofit and what doesn't, and tell me who to donate to in the next international disaster. Right? That was their assignment. So there's maybe 35 students in the class. They all work in groups because at that age they all do. And so maybe I got 15 papers in, right? And every single one of them said the same thing. Every single one of them said the same thing. And this was new to me. It was like, woo, really? That's why? He said, yeah, these 2 groups, out. Why? Because I couldn't find out about the backgrounds of their boards of directors. Really? You don't care about finance? No, they're both all financially sound. You don't care about marketing? No, they're all doing good marketing. You don't care about the website? No, the website was all good. The differentiator was whether their board knew what they were doing. And again, think about this. They were business students, right? And if I'm going to invest money in a company, I want to know who's running the company. And in a for-profit world, that's both the staff and the board. In the nonprofit world, they made the equation the same thing, right? I want to know who are the board, and what, not, that they're the director of the bank, but here's what their experience is in nonprofit management over the years. This is their first board experience or their 10th or whatever else it may be. And what I've begun to see from that is that funders are saying the same thing. I look at nonprofit board websites and I see more pictures of board members with here's why they're good at what they do. They've been on, and things like they've been on the board since 2006 or whatever it may be. They have experience because this is another part of this credibility thing. Some of you have had the experience in your own community that you think about an organization and you find out that your good friend Jim or your good friend Gina is going on the board and you feel better about the organization. Oh, they really need you. That's really good. Okay, good. Maybe I'll give you a donation because I wouldn't before Gina was on the board, but now I will because I know Gina's going to do a good job fixing things, right? It's that credibility thing. Now, there's the flip side of this, and that is there's a slide that's going to come up, but I'll get to it now, about keeping what happens in the board meeting in the board meeting. All right, this has to do with being loyal to the decisions of the board, because just as you provide credibility by reason of who you are, oh, and by the way, in the old days being 1980, 1985, those of you who are old enough to remember that, you remember people having letterhead with You remember letterhead, right? Okay, a letterhead with the names of 7,000 elected officials down the left-hand side, because they were all there, you know, and the state representatives and U.S. representatives were on 5,000 boards to give it weight, quote unquote. That doesn't happen anymore. Because one of the things about liability is if you aren't at the meeting, you're just as liable as if you are. Ooh, that'll get them off the board fast, right? So anyway, so the issue about being loyal is also an issue of credibility. And if you are disloyal to the decisions of the board in the community, I'm going to give you an example of this in a few minutes, you can really hurt the community, hurt the reputation, rather, of the nonprofit that you serve unintentionally because you're so passionate about what you're doing. We'll come back to that in a couple of minutes. Okay, so what are some best practices? We have a couple of slides of this. What are some best practices? The first best practice is term limits. If you have term limits, good. If you have term limits and don't abide by them, bad. If you don't have term limits, less bad. Because why is it less bad? Because you're not violating your own rules. The worst thing you can have in your bylaws is a rule you don't follow. Right? And most nonprofits have, well, let me give you one that almost every nonprofit violates. 95% of nonprofits in the United States have in their bylaws, if you don't come to 73% of the meetings every year, we will kick you off. And only 3% enforce that. Right? It's a violation of your own rules. If you don't want to, here's the thing, folks. If you don't want to enforce it, don't put it in writing. Right? This is called being, at the best, disingenuous, right? It's called not keeping your word and stuff. So, you know, if you don't want to have the hard decision when people don't come to meetings and kick them off, then don't put it in there. Don't put it as an expectation. It's always so amazing to me that we did. When I was on the Goodwill board for years. I was the board development chair for 5 years. And we took out a lot of stuff that we weren't enforcing. You know, I went to the whole board. I said, you want to kick people off for not coming to meetings? Oh, they're busy. Okay, you want to kick them off or not? Well, they're very busy people. You want to kick them off or not? No. Okay, then take it out. You know, it's not that it's not a good thing to have. It's just it's a really bad thing not to enforce. Because when we eventually do kick somebody out, they're going to say, but you didn't kick them out. Right? And so, anyway. Term limits. Why don't we do term limits? For a number of very good reasons. There are only so many great board members. There are board members that have been with us for 10 years. We don't want to lose them. We don't want to insult anybody. Orientation for new board members is hard. We love the people we have. We don't want change. I don't want to go recruit. All kinds of reasons, both good and bad. Here's the thing. This is becoming more and more of a, not deal killer, but why don't you have term limits for funders? Right? The reason you have term limits for board members is this. It provides you a steady set of new perspectives on the issues around you. There is only one body of water on the planet that does not support life. Does anybody know which it is? Dead Sea? Why is it dead? Why doesn't it support life? Because it's dead. No, don't say that. It's because it's below sea level. The Jordan River flows in, nothing flows out. There's no turnover. And everything there rots. Right? Now, is there life? There's probably bacterial life, but no fish or anything else in the Dead Sea. Because there's no turnover. Right? And does this mean that your current board members are bad? No. If you don't have term limits, do you tell your board members you need to go away? No, you don't do that. If you have a board member that's absolutely superb, do you tell them they must end it at the same term? Yes. But then you say in a year you can come back. You have the policy that says go off for a year, come back. Or you make them an emeritus. There's a lot of ways around this. But if you keep the same people, you will keep the same thought processes. And you don't want to do that. And I am all about tradition. I'm all about the history. I love your great board members, and there are some. I have worked with some great board members. I didn't want to lose them either. But this is a better thing long term for new people to come in and take a good look at how you're operating. Yes, sir.
How do you sell that idea to boards that don't want term limits?
Blame me. Seriously, blame the best practice. Seriously. The easiest way to do it in a community is to have a funder come in and say, you really need to do this. Have the Community Foundation, the United Way, a large funder to come in and say, look, our corporate funder, if you're going to do that, you've got to have term limits. It's a best practice. Why aren't you doing best practice? All right? Now, how can you make it easier? I think the answer to the question is how can you make it easier for your board to say this is a good idea? The research shows that what board members think is twofold about term limits. One is, let's assume, for example, that the most common term in the United States is 2 3-year terms, right? In Germany, in Holland, in France, it's required by law that you have 2 4-year terms and then you're off, right? So the federal government, nonprofit laws is a little bit different there. But here, 2 3-year terms. So I'm a board member that's resisting this because I've been on the board 8 years, and I assume that I'm going to have to leave the first day. I love this organization, so I'm going to resist. Besides which, I take it personally that you're insulting me. Okay, here's what we're actually going to do. What we're actually going to do is we're going to have 2 3-year terms. And so here's my board. Here they are, right here. And we're going to, the drill is we do this. We have a little hat full of numbers, 1, 2, 3. All right? And so Laura draws a 1. Crystal draws a 2. Julie draws a 3. And these people all draw, right? What does this mean? This means that Laura gets a 1-year term and then a 3-year term, starting from today. We start from today at 0. Everything is forgiven. Right? You get grandparented. I don't say grandmother or grandfather in. You get grandparented in, right? So the earliest we can ask her to leave is 4 years from now, which is a lifetime for most people. 5 years here, 6 years here, right? And there's 2 other parts to this, and this almost evaporates the resistance right there. Oh, I can stay? Because the assumption people have is that I must leave. Second part about it is that the research, again, shows at this discussion, when we talk about the board, we also say, and if you decide that this next year, we're going to do this a year from now, a year from now, you don't want to serve anymore, now's the time to put your hand up. And about 15% of people put their hands up. And what they haven't done is they haven't wanted to abandon the organization. But now when they're given the opening, oh, it's kind of time for me to go. Often those are the people that resist the board terms the most, which is kind of ironic, right? But this 1, 2, 3 thing, it really, really works well. And the second part, or third part about it, is that you want to give yourself space for the really, really great board members to stay. And this is a hugely political issue, all right? Emeritus boards work for some organizations, they do not for others. Because this is a animal farm thing. All animals are equal except some are more equal than others. How do you pick which board member to keep on as an emeritus because he gave the most money or she was the most, I like the idea better of go out for a year, come back. And then we'll have you roll back in. This and the diversity thing are challenging because if you only have 12 people on the board or 14 people on the board, there's only so many slots open at any given time. So there's that challenge too. The biggest thing is it's best practice. And the biggest thing is our funders. And it's much, much, much more difficult for the exec to tell the board, oh, by the way, you're my boss, please leave. I mean, really, because that's what sometimes the board members hear. It's much easier for an outsider to come in. So find an outsider from the association, find somebody from one of your funders who come in and say, you really need to move this way. And it's not like you're going to do it in an hour. I mean, you have to think about it and look around in Bend. I asked somebody before, what do we think in this part of the world, the percentage of people with term limits is, and it was, I think somebody said about 60%. So it's not like it's, you'll be the only game in town that does this. Question back here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. Term limits should be a way of renewing the board on a regular level with different perspectives and different ideas. You should not just run the clock out on somebody who's not contributing. There should be other ways of doing that, other people who are willing to do that. So in fact, we'll talk about that in a good bit. It's a very good point. We agree completely. Yeah. Actually, they wind up with a better quality of board members because you're not committing for life. See, but again, our data show that people that are thinking about joining a board, the first thing you want to do to join a board is to be passionate about it, right? And to be really, really excited about what you do. But the second thing is we all have to fit it into our lives. And if you go on the board and somebody says, well, how long is your board term? Well, we don't have terms. Well, what's the average time people have been on? Oh, we have people have been on for 20 years. Oh, no. So, and we see that playing out a lot. There was also, and I'm going to answer the rest of your question about recruitment and retention at the end of the afternoon because it's the last things on the slides. We also see a really interesting way of extending the board service one more year, but also figuring out whether it works or not, whether they're good board members or not. We have 2 3-year terms, but everybody when they first come on the board gets 1 year, a 1-year term. And that 1-year term is probation for you and us. Are we giving you what you want? Are you coming to the board meetings? Are you coming prepared? Do you get the information from the staff a lot? At the end of the year, you're going to be up for a 3-year term, but we'll talk about it then. And it's a really interesting way of, because otherwise I commit to basically, in many cases, I'll take any warm body. I'll take anybody with a pulse on my board, right? And so, you know, I'm stuck with them for 3 years. Unless I'm willing, and the issue the gentleman in the back brought up is I'm willing to put the hammer down on somebody that's not productive early. And many of us are conflict averse. So, really good question. I'll deal with recruitment and retention a little bit later. Other questions? These are all great. Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So based on this, most of us probably already have bylaws in existence. Do you suggest doing addendums or modifying existing bylaws based on what we learned?
Yes. Is that fun? No. But, yeah, you know, I preach this stuff, right? So I'm on this property owners association for our community, and I have the unenviable job of being president of the association. And our bylaws, God help us, require, I think it's 65 or 70% of our members, most of whom don't care and never write back, to vote aye on any significant change, including changing the bylaws. So we have all kinds of stuff in our bylaws that we violate all the time, right? And things like you must hand mail the ballots for the board. We email all of them, right? Because people get mad at us about hand mailing stuff, right? I mean, it's just that kind of stuff. But we're never going to go out to the community to amend the bylaws because these people come out of the woodwork that say, you guys are communists or whatever. And it's nuts. It's not that bad on most boards. So you want to have your rule, you want to think about it very carefully. You don't want to change your bylaws every 2 years. You know, maybe once every 5, particularly as statute changes. You want to talk to the nonprofit association about what is best practice in bylaws, and you want to have bylaws support, again, what you're willing to do. So yes, you want to change your operating rules. But wait till you hear the rest of this, maybe even more depressing to you as we go on. Diversity, yes. Diversity, good. Diversity, strength. Diversity, hard. We have had as a national goal for diversity on nonprofit boards for 15 years. 18 years. You want to have your board look like the people you serve. So for the Ronald McDonald House people, they were sitting in the back there, they're gone because they heard much of this with their board this morning. The Ronald McDonald board here, wonderful, wonderful group of folks. The youngest person on the board is 40. Who's their primary service? Parents between 18 and 30. Right? Do they look like the people they serve? No. Did they get beat up by me about that today? A little bit. Here's the thing. Diversity of ethnicity, we're not very good at. Diversity by gender, we're pretty good at. Diversity by age, we're terrible at by generation of birth. 70% of the nonprofit board members in the United States are 62 and older. In the UK, it's 80% are over 70. Woo! Okay, tick, 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 tick. Right? Getting a diversity of opinion. Oh, our nonprofit needs to be more engaged in social networking. What's your youngest board member? 50. Good luck. Not in that you can't do it, but that you don't have a board peer who is sitting there saying, this is important and here's how to do it, right? So generational diversity is a hugely important issue of diversity. And again, diversity has been difficult for a whole variety of reasons. One is there are only X number of people. I mean, I have one of my very, very good friends is African American on a board, talks about this to me all the time. I get 5,000 people coming to me on being on their board. And I go, yeah, so what do you do? She says, I'm on one. What are you on? I'm on the board of my university, which is a traditional black college. Why? Because I'm passionate about it. What do we tell people? Be passionate about it, right? And then we say, but come to our board so you can be our, you know, the black guy, the Hispanic guy sitting there, right? And here's the thing about young people, too. If you ask one young person, one 25 or 28 or 30-year-old, to come on your board and you have a prototypical board, what do? They come into a room full of their parents, right? And how do they feel? A little bit out of sorts, right? In addition to which, people under 30 or 32, 33 are used to operating in groups all the time. They're used to operating in groups who come by themselves? I don't think so. So this is one of the challenges we have. And again, with the board, well, let me sort of go back. You can't have diversity without term limits, right? And the second part about this is you must, and we'll talk about this when we talk about board recruitment, you must have staff engaged in board recruitment. Otherwise, your existing board will find their friends who look like them and are like them, and you'll have the same board over and over again, okay? So this is something that we can't just let the board recruit new board members. The board elects the board. Okay, that's absolute, but you have to have staff engaged in regular board recruitment. Third thing, and this is the one that's going to make you a little crazy, so let me make sure I am very clear about what I mean. boards not acting primarily as fundraisers let me say this, I'll say this at the beginning and at the end so you make sure you hear it, I hope. The board should be engaged in fundraising, all board members, all. All board members should attend as many fundraisers as possible within their life. All board members should donate cash to your organization every year. But if your primary reason for recruiting all your board members, not some, but all, is because they can give, get, or get off, you are missing the game. And you are setting yourself up for disaster. Now, what do I mean by this? Okay, here's my 7 board members. And if I'm an arts organization, I love those of you who are in arts organizations, you're great, but this mostly came from big arts organizations where I'm going to, I want Ken because he loves raising money. And he's also rich. You didn't know this about Ken, but now you do. And he has lots of friends, and he can raise a lot of money. And Carr's doing the same thing. Or Jason's rather doing the same thing. He's going to go out and raise a lot of money. And what we want them for is to raise money, and they love raising money. And these people love raising money. And so what do they talk about at board meetings? Raising money. What do they need to talk about? Raising money and policy, raising money and strategy, raising money and politics, raising money and the law, right? And they don't. In the recession, in 2008, 2009, we lost 65,000 nonprofits above and beyond the normal turnover. 75% of those were arts organizations. And a lot of the research on this, and some of the anecdotal and some of the research is, because so many arts organizations took this path, let's have the galas, let's have the arts organization, you can be on the symphony board, you can be on the opera board, you can be on the museum board, just raise money, let me run the organization. And the check and balance ran out. And recessions are brutal on weak organizations. For-profit, non-profit, doesn't matter. They're brutal on them. And the arts organizations were weak because the check and balance hadn't been. These people were happily off raising money. And the management team wasn't doing the smart things, right? So that's part of the data on this. Part of it is also just about the policy. You got to be able to set policy. Now, do I need fundraisers on my board? Absolutely. Do I need a couple people on my board who love to raise money? You betcha. That's part of the skill set of all the skills you need. We need law, we need accounting, we need business, we need finance, we need community contact, we need fundraisers, absolutely. But if that's the only reason you hire board members, the only thing your board members do, you got a problem, okay? And this sounds to an executive director who came from the social work or came from the medical world or came from education, who really, really likes running the organization but hates asking for money. This sounds like heaven. My board can go do it and I can go back to work. I mean, I get all the reasons people do this. I understand completely. I can just tell you it doesn't work. Right? You are setting yourself up for disaster. Don't do this. And again, board members need to go to fundraisers. Board members need to buy tickets to stuff. Board members need to give money every year. And this thing is a funder dealer killer too. Not equal gifts, equal sacrifice. It can be $1, but everybody has to give. Because your funder says, so what percentage of your board gives money? Oh, 40%. Oh, no. And the argument is, I got into this with a board guy in Madrid last week, as in Spain, Madrid. He was from the UK, and he's saying, well, I give my time all the time. I said, yeah, you do. I've, on my own, with my own money, renovated this is a Ronald McDonald house, HVAC on my own. I shouldn't have to give money. I said, okay, don't. I don't think we should ask board members to do that. I said, okay, don't. And then 2 other people in the room said, well, we thought that too, but our funders turned us down because we didn't have 100% donor, right? Do you board members give time? Yes. Do you give talent? Yes. And you also have to give the treasure part, time, talent, and treasure. And that treasure doesn't have to be $1 million. In fact, I would be uncomfortable as an exec of having a minimum donation other than the dollar, right? $5,000 or $500 or $200, you have to give 10 tickets, whatever else, because I think that reduces your ability to have diverse boards, right? You don't want to do that. But having everybody committed to at least put a $1 bill on the table, I think, is not unreasonable. So anyway, strategy time. This is interesting to me because board members have told me for years, and I see that there's a solution to this coming up on its own. I love being on this board, but we spend most of our time looking in the rearview mirror. What did we do last month? What did we do last month? What did we do last quarter? What did we do last month? I want to look forward, right? And so to engage and retain, the gentleman's question back there, retain good board members, you have to give them an engaging experience. And one of the engaging experiences is to let them think forward a little bit. So what you do with this, that seems to work pretty well, is every other board meeting, not every board meeting, every other board meeting, you pose a question that makes people go, huh, I hadn't thought of that. And let them discuss it for half an hour. Don't come to any resolution. Don't have a goal or a strategy or anything else. Board chairs, those of you who are board chairs, be prepared. Your board will love this, and they will not want to stop. But you have to say, 30 minutes, we're going to talk about this, and then we're going to go on. And many times we should establish a committee about that. Okay, good, do that. Many times people just go, huh, that's really interesting. Let's talk about the implications of that. What you're doing is exercising this muscle, so that when you come to strategy setting time every 3 years, that this muscle has been used. And the board members as a group know how to look forward, okay? Let me give you an example again from Ronald McDonald since I was with them this morning. As you know, Ronald McDonald houses get support from McDonald's. Actually, they don't. What they get is the money from the change boxes that you put in when you go to McDonald's and put changes in. And for this, Ronald McDonald's about 8-10%. It's not a lot of their budget. Globally, it's about that, 10-15%. But for some of them, it's 20%, right? And so the question that was posed to me by a board member was, in a world that's going less and less cash, what do we do? And it's one of those things that made me go, huh, and that's exactly the right the reaction. You want to ask those questions. So, okay, so I was last week, I was with a group of healthcare providers in Europe, and one of the questions that we talked about at great length that some of them unbelievably hadn't thought about was, what are we going to do about infectious disease control over the next 6 months? And they were going, huh. And I go, whoa, I don't want to hear huh from you. I want to hear that you have the solution. But then we talked about it at the Ronald McDonald board meeting today. What are you going to do about infectious disease control in the next 6 months, right? So those kind of both changes, what's going to happen with national healthcare reform over the last 2 or 3 years, what's going to happen with, as things show up in Oregon, in Central Oregon, on the national level, how are they going to affect us? Huh, and have that 30-minute discussion. Your board people will adore this. And they won't want to stop. They want to do it every meeting. Every other meeting, about 30 minutes, that's all you got. Conflict of interest, deal killer. If you are not willing to sign a conflict of interest statement, we will not allow you to be on the board. End of story. Put it in your bylaws. If you are not willing to sign a conflict of interest policy every year, you will not be allowed to be on the board. What does the conflict of interest policy say? I don't really care. Right? There's a lot of conflicts, a lot of ways to deal with it. It should say at least this. Once a year, I put my hand up, I got a conflict. Just on a generic basis, I got a conflict. I've got a child who is in the program here. I got a conflict. I provide your banking services. I got a conflict. I provide your insurance services. I got a conflict, right? That's number one. Number two is that form that I fill out to say whether I have a conflict or not also says at the bottom of it, I have read the conflict of interest policy. I have had an opportunity to ask questions about it, and I agree to abide by it. Signed every year, right? Now, what should the policy say? The policy should say just basically this stuff. At a meeting where we're talking about something like, let's say, we're going to repave the parking lot. And my wife runs a paving company. And she's going to be one of the people that's going to bid. I'm going to put my hand up and say, I got a conflict. But if I don't put my hand up, the policy allows for Julie to put her hand up and point at me and say, I think you have a conflict. And then the board decides whether I do or not. And if I have a conflict, the policy then says what right I have. And the rights are these. The right of presence, can I stay in the room? The right of voice, can I say anything about the issue at all? And or the right of vote, can I vote on it? In most cases, if I have a conflict, there's no right of vote. But in some cases, you want people to stay in the room because they have the right of voice, because they're smart about something. They understand about the issue. They know, right? In some cases, you want them to leave. Okay. Whatever you want to do, it's fine with me. I've been on boards that had weird conflicts built into the board, and you deal with it. And the fact that someone has a conflict doesn't mean that they're trying to scam the organization. It's part of life. I got a conflict. Put your hand up. You want to have this as a deal killer because it's a deal killer for funders, and it is the absolute first thing that the press goes after when they have a question about whether you are good, bad, or indifferent is that conflict of interest policy. Absolutely the first thing, because they're all smart about this, yeah.
The IRS is actually, I'd be interested from
In some cases, they require it. And it's interesting, and some of that is trumped by state statute, so it depends. But yes, they are pushing for it to be out of the room, which is interesting because in a lot of cases, people don't need to leave the room. It depends on the kind of conflict. For example, if I am a parent of a child with a disability who is cared for by the organization, and I say I have a conflict, then if I have to be outside the room, I can never come to the meeting. Right, that's that's the issue, right? And so there are things and there are things. But the point, and I'm really glad you brought it up, because the point is that the regulatory world and the funding world is all moving toward this. All moving toward this. So this is not hard. Yeah, again, 99.99999% of your board members are coming at you with good faith. They want to do the right thing. They want to make the organization look good. They aren't going to have a problem with this. If you, because of we talked about values at lunchtime, if you have this value of we're going to have conflict of interest and it drives some people away before they come, cool, good. You want to be on the board, here's what you got to do. You got to come to all the meetings, you got to sign a conflict. What? I'm not doing that. Okay, bye. It's really important. So yes, IRS is moving that way. And frankly, the first people to move toward this was the New York Attorney General's office. They were really good about coming up with really good practical stuff early, and they were really assertive about it. And New York nonprofits have had to do this for about 12 years now, something like that. So yeah, good. Other questions about this, about conflict? It's so much fun when it shows up, but better to deal with it first. Clear board job act descriptions and expectations. Will you please come help us on this committee? Yeah, what do I have to do? Oh, it won't take much time. How many of you have been lied to just like that, right? Right, yeah. So here's the deal with board service. Will you serve on our board? I don't know. What do I got to do? Well, here it is. Here's the job description. Here's the expectation. We stick to policy. We meet 6 times a year. If you don't come to 3 of the meetings a year, you're kicked off. You have to serve on 2 committees. You have to go to 3 fundraisers and give us some money every year. Okay. At least I know what my expectations are. And by the way, you're going to be graded on that. Oh, really? Yeah, because we have an evaluation. Cool. I'm even better, happier about that. Unless, of course, I'm not cool about being graded, at which point I won't serve. Right? So expectations are important. Job descriptions, one thing. Expectations is clear. Oh, I didn't know I had to come to the meetings. I thought I could attend by phone, which is another issue in a minute. I didn't know I had to give money. I don't want to go to the fundraisers. No. Can I give you $1,000 and not come to the fundraisers? No, you have to be present at the fundraisers because we have to see the board members because you are part of our leadership team. So all that stuff, very, very important. And again, there's a million examples online of good board job descriptions, good examples of that. Effective committees. What does effective mean? That adjective is the most important one up here. And it means this, that when we have our finance committee report of the board meeting, we don't have the finance committee meeting over again. The finance committee meeting went an hour and a half. The finance committee report of the board meeting goes an hour and a half. That's not effective. Okay? We have to trust our committees. They bring us recommendations, and we vote them up or down. But we don't talk about them forever. If we are interested in being on the finance committee, go to the finance committee meetings. If you're interested in hearing what's going to come up at the finance committee, go to the and on your board portal, the part of the website that's about just for board members, and all of you are going, what? On your board portal, which are available and not that expensive, on your board portal, which is the part of your website just for board members, all committee meetings should be listed. What's on their agendas? Here's what's going to be on the finance committee agenda this month, where and when and all that, so board members can go, in addition to have all the other information that's there. But what you want, if you're going to have an efficient board and you're going to keep your board members, you have to keep your promises about when you start your meetings and when you end your meetings. And meetings without assigned end times will be endless. And many board members, stunningly, shockingly, have lives, so they will not come. This is why lots of boards have consent agendas. Much of the stuff is already agreed to before the meeting even starts, and people can pull stuff out of the consent agenda. But it's a way of keeping your board meetings efficient and effective, because some of the trends are for less board members. Some of the other trends are for less board meetings. Some of the other trends are for shorter and less board meetings because everybody has a life, right? So that's some of the stuff that and we're going to talk about that in just a second. Regular assessment of meetings. If you're like many nonprofits, your board meeting meets and I'm going to hypothetically pick this, Tuesday at lunch, the second Tuesday of the month at lunch. Why? Well, we've been doing it for 35 years. But why do you meet the second Tuesday of the month? Well, we just always have. Well, do you know what that does? That means that anybody that can't meet the second Tuesday of the month can't be on your board. right? Regularly assess when you meet, how long you meet, where you meet, and for what reason you meet, the sequence and the frequency of meetings once every 18 months. Make the board meetings work for the people who are currently on the board, not the people who were on the board 35 years ago. They're gone. Well, we hope they're gone. I mean, maybe they're still on the board. I hope not. Transparency, we've talked about this. Starts inside and works out. You've got to have your board stuff transparent on your website. Who's on the board, what your strategy is, those kind of things. The other transparency thing that I would urge you to consider, there is not research on this, but there's a whole lot of anecdotal stuff around it. Transparency to me, if you're going to be a transparent organization, means allowing all staff, inviting all staff to come to all board meetings. Ooh, everybody, all the execs in the room went, "Whoa!" Just like that. Here's the thing. All of your staff know you have board meetings. All of you staff may even know some of the board members. None of your staff, unless they're in the room, have any idea what goes on at the board meetings. Thus, they feel that you have candles and pentagrams on the floor. Oh, that we can't go to those meetings. Why not? We're not invited. Why don't you think you're invited? Because they think they do weird things. And you know what happens at the board meetings is budgets that are important to them. It's agreement on stuff that's important to them. And the question is, why don't we invite? Well, because they shouldn't talk. Okay. Open the door. Tell your staff, come on in. Have some coffee, have dessert, sit there, be quiet. And that's what the board president says, is come, welcome, our staff is here, thanks for coming, we'd love to have you here, thanks for your work. This is not your meeting, be quiet. This is our meeting. And again, if you have to go into an executive session or whatever, fine, that happens, that's fine. But for most times, what happens is that staff come for the first time and they never come again, because it's so boring. But the fact that they can come, the fact that the door is open is huge. And if you're going to be transparent, right? That's that consistency thing. And then nepotism. There's two kinds of nepotism. There's nepotism by family, by reason of birth or marriage, where father and daughter or mother and son or husband and wife, spouse and spouse, are on the board together. And there's nepotism by employment, where boss and subordinate are on the board simultaneously. Okay? This is not a deal killer, but it looks awful. This is not a deal killer, but it winds up, even if both people are of good intent, who are in the nepotism business, not the business, I'm in the business of nepotism, no, nepotism pair, it reduces the ability for the board members all to make objective decisions without outside influence. And I would say to you, if my daughter was, when she was, she's not now, we're good friends now, but when she was 18 or 19, she was on a board with me, she would always vote the opposite way, just to poke at me, right? Would that be responsible? No. Would I think about what she was going to do before I voted? Maybe. That takes from both of us away. Certainly, employer-employee. Is your employee going to vote against you? Only in a very special relationship that you might have with them, you know. So think about that. This is often the case if you have a sponsor or somebody who's very powerful in the community who's on your board and wants, they're going to get off, they know they're going to get off, term limits coming up, I want my deputy or vice president to be on the board, and have them oriented while I'm still on the board. Bad idea, okay? Do it after they're off. You know, you want to have them on the board, put them up for nomination, that's cool. But again, while there are nepotism clauses in publicly traded organizations, not so much in nonprofits. We see not a lot of it, but it's there, and just, you know, try to avoid it if you can. It's not like it's against the law, but it's just, All right, some trends. Board members are harder to recruit and retain. Again, we said this in the larger session. 15 years ago, people were on multiple boards. Now everybody's on one at a time. Now, there are exceptions to that, but it's rare. You saw people on 2, 3, 4 boards. Woo, happen all the time. What do we know more about now? We know more about fiduciary responsibility. And so we go, oh my God. And also the organizations are bigger, they're more sophisticated, and all of us as a community are busier. We have 2-income households, we are scheduled to death. So we pick one thing. And we've been telling people, what have we been telling people? Find something you're passionate about, be involved in that. When your time on that organization is done, find something else you're passionate about, be involved in that. But it's very hard. And by the way, the other thing about the competitiveness between fundraisers, in small communities, I'm going to be on 2 boards. I'm going to have one board fighting against the other for the money of the community. People tend to do that less. As a result, we have both smaller boards and shorter and fewer meetings. Again, 20 years ago, pretty much every board in the country met 12 months a year. Now, the most common sequence of meeting is 6 to 8 board meetings a year. 25 years ago, the average board size was 25 people. Now it's 17, 16, 15, right in there. Both of these are a result of the first part. All right? And shorter meetings, okay? And less common, because we have a more sophisticated group of board members. They want to get the meeting done, get it done, and get back to, do their policy thing and go back to work, or go back to their family, or whatever it may be. So that's all three things are happening. I'm sure you've seen those happen here. This one is really interesting. Many of you in the business world, certainly I do this all the time, attend meetings remotely. Last night when I got in from San Francisco, I was on a Skype call with somebody in Australia and somebody in Hong Kong for an hour. Why can't I do that with my board meetings? I have to travel. Why can't I come to the board meetings by telephone or electronic teleconference? Why can't I do that? It's a reasonable question from the perspective of a business person who travels a lot and attends board meetings remotely. What are you going to do? That's the question. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but what are you going to do? Are you going to have a policy where we have 8 meetings a year, you can come to 1 remotely? Or you got to be in person? Or we can all come in our pajamas from our kitchen room table? Right? I mean, what's the policy, right? So a couple of things to think about. Number one is, any group of people need to know each other better and better to know how to work with each other. It's very hard to do remotely. Because if you're not there, you don't get to have coffee before, hang out in the parking lot afterwards, chat a little bit about this and that. Okay, number two, think about this. If you have been on a teleconference call with more than 2 or 3 people on the call in the last year, raise your hands. Okay, now think about this really honestly. During that teleconference, did you not check your email? Of course you did, right? All of us do. Now, during their live meetings, you're under the table doing this anyway, but it's easy to be distracted. You're more focused if you're in the room. Is electronic, do I want my great board members to participate if they're in Tokyo or if they're in San Francisco? Yes, I do. But what's the limit? And you have to think about the policy and set the limit. This has led to some very, very heated discussions at some boards that I'm aware of. But think about it. Just try to get ahead of the curve if you can. And here's the other part about it. If you're going to do teleconference calls where people can call in, you have to invest in the phone equipment that doesn't cut the person off from everybody else in the room, right? That conference call, well, you take your iPhones, you put it on speaker, and the person who's talking to you can't hear anybody in the room talking until they stop talking. That's the standard way that most conference systems work. There are more expensive ones, but they allow people to hear the way you're doing like this, that you can interrupt people, because otherwise, and the people at the other end of the line go, I have a question, and nobody hears them, and they drop out of the conversation. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying it's a thing, and it's something you're going to have to deal with. Somebody had their hand up. Yes?
What about email votes between meetings as issues come up?
Email votes between meetings. It depends on the culture of the organization, the size. Many boards will delegate the decision-making between meetings to an executive committee, and that the executive committee will simply keep people in the loop. There have been cases of fraudulent emails putting on votes when they really weren't the person involved. So I would urge you not to do that unless there's a way to verify who the emails are actually from. Just because I think it gets you in particularly if it's a big issue. I mean, have the board meeting, have a special meeting, right? If it's a minor issue, why are the board voting on it? I mean, it's that kind of a, okay. And if you have an executive committee, just entrust that to your executive committee. How many people have executive committees now? Okay, see, so lots. So make sure that's done. Yes?
I have a question kind of going back to something you said about...
Oh, no, we can't go back. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
About allowing staff to be involved in recruitment of board members.
The executive director, yeah.
Oh, just executive director.
Well, I mean, he or she should be the person that sort of looks, and maybe senior management, but here's what we're looking for in board members. We're looking for a really cool attorney. We're looking for somebody that understands civil engineering. We're looking for somebody that understands social work. We're looking for somebody from academia. Be looking. And this means, by the way, the part of this, and we'll get to this when we talk about recruitment, means that you're looking all the time and that you know what you're looking for. That you don't wait until the evening of the nominating committee meeting to say, who should we have? Because you won't get good people.
So I don't mind making suggestions to my board, but I've always felt like I should be hands-off because that's their situation.
Yep. I disagree. I think it's part of the deal that we should bring people to the table. Now, if you're in a good situation, you don't bring somebody and say, oh, by the way, here's Beth, and she's my best friend, and she's awesome, and she needs to be on the board, because the board are going to go, not because it's Beth, but because I don't want your best friend on the board, right? But to make that, and again, if you're not comfortable with it, don't do it. But again, our data show that if the executive director isn't involved, that the board members simply recruit themselves. Not physically themselves, but their friends who are, here are the people I hang out with, so they're all like me. So if you want more diversity, you got to be involved. That's all. And if you're not comfortable with it, that's fine. I mean, there's no fault with that. You just won't get, it's much more difficult to get that spread of board members. Yeah.
I think you referred to one issue would be if you can see somebody coming that you know you are incompatible with. I think in honesty you need to share that before the process. And if folks want to go ahead and do it, then
yeah. And there's two parts to that. There's one part about maybe they're going to be a good board member, maybe, right? But if they're on the leadership track and they're going to be on that choo-choo train that's going to be your board president and you just cannot work with them, you need to speak up and speak up fast. Because, again, my friend in Atlanta who's going to retire as Goodwill president this year, he has 1-year board terms, so he's worked with 30 board members, some of whom are great friends of his, some of whom he really doesn't care if he ever sees again, but he's worked with them. And this one person is just, I met the guy. He is a roaring pain in the butt. And that's what he's really good at, is being a roaring pain in the butt, And Ray, who's a little older than I am, just said, no, I'm done. I can't do this, right? I love the organization, but I can't do it. So his board has chased him away, basically. And the board loves him, and they give him top marks every year, and they don't want him to leave. And they've said, I don't want you to leave, I don't want you to leave. But they're not willing to take this SOB and kick him off the board. Right? It's not, okay, that's your choice, that's your, that's your priority. So yes, I would agree completely, Ken.
That should be infrequent.
Huh?
That should be infrequent.
Well, yeah, if the policy, if the recruitment policy of the board, is good, it should be very infrequent. It's kind of like firing people that you've hired that didn't work out. It happens, but it shouldn't happen all the time, right? So yes, absolutely. But yes, if as an exec, you got to put your hand up and say, this one's hard. And it just doesn't mean people you just don't feel like could be a BFF and you wouldn't want to go on a cruise with. It's not that kind of thing, right? But it's the real good point. Anything else on trends on board? We're going to go to boards that don't work and boards that do work and all those things in a minute. All right, you guys good? Okay. Why that? Boy, the Mac to PC thing has gotten ahead of us today on a couple of things. I apologize. What's our board responsibilities? Well, understands the mission and acts to implement it consistently. This means understands the mission and all the things the organization does. And this is hard for many board members because most of our board members come to an organization through one program. One program where they volunteered, one program that somebody at work used, one program that their family used, one part of it. And understanding the broader array of stuff is our job as orienteers, right? Secondly, sets policy. We've talked about that. Acts as a check and balance on staff. We've also talked about that. Not looking over their shoulders, but setting policy, right? And understand this primarily with the ED CEO. We said that third rule. But it doesn't mean exclusively. It doesn't mean that you only work with the exec, and if you're an exec, it doesn't mean that you can't have your staff talk to board members. You want to have staff members who staff committees without you there, because it shows off the great staff members that you hire and can keep. And you don't need to be at every single committee meeting and every single, if you're a $10 million a year organization, that's all you do is go to meetings, so you don't want to do that. Board members change over time. Supports the organization in public. Underscore this word, knowledgeably. The Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Junior League, the United Way ask you to come and make a presentation. Board members, trust me on this. Always bring a staff member with you, because you will get the one question you don't know the answer to, and you go, Beth? And you just need to do that, all right? Again, you're not going to screw up most of the time, but you're going to get asked this weird question that you just, I don't know. Is it true? Is it true? Kind of like a reporter, is it true? And you've got to have a staff member there. Fulfill government reporting requirements. This is your 990s at the federal level, or 990Ts if you have unrelated business income. I'm not sure what the form is called in Oregon, but there are forms in Oregon. You don't have to do this, But you have to have it done, and because of your audit committee and Sarbanes-Oxley, you have to make sure that it is done and a board member signs the 990, usually the president or treasurer, signs the 990 and the reporting forms here in Oregon as well. So you have to make sure it's done. You often can hire a consultant called an auditor or a consultant called a lawyer to do that. Ensure that policies are up to date and followed, so that your financial policies, your disaster policies, all this is the job of the management letter in your audit. So when you get an audit with a management letter. Most audit firms automatically include it as part of the deal. If yours doesn't, find out how much it costs, because that, for the board members, is the auditor comes in and says, yeah, you're following all your policies, or here's where you're not following your policies, or this policy is out of date. This is a check for you as a board. You really want this. Make sure it's going on well. You help recruit for new board members, help recruit new board members, help recruit as with the staff, help recruit new board members. And that's a process too of what kind of skills do we need? We'll talk about this when we talk about recruitment and retention a little bit. Who would be good for this? What kind of diversity we're looking for? All those kind of things. You usually can't find the perfect person with all of the capabilities, but you want to have people of obviously good character first. And then raises and or donates funds. Helps you with this, but again, not as their primary job. Again, you're going to have a skill set. Part of the skill set will be, we need a couple of fundraisers. I need a couple of people that love to do special events. That's great, but that's not the primary thing for everybody. Let's talk about our officers. I think then we take a short break, if you want to. Everybody's going, yes, please, I need to get up. The president's job is to run the board meeting. That's it, right? No, the running of the board meeting is the smallest part of the president's job. The board president or chairperson, whatever you call that person, their job is to manage the board and manage their peers. And you do not want someone who is weak of heart or not willing to have a difficult conversation be your board president, who will get rolled by somebody else on the board who happens to give a lot of money or have a strong personality. You want strong personalities as your board chair, unless they're strong negative personalities, but somebody who's willing to coach board members and go and have a little difficult conversation with somebody about the fact that every time at the board meeting when they open their mouths, time apparently stops for them and they never shut up. Or the fact that they always want to have the last word, or, right? So it manages the board and the board meetings, right? But manages that's the first part of the job, all right? Now, managing meetings, this is a skill set that needs to be practiced. Even if you've run lots of meetings in your life, one of the things you can do for your board chair, your board vice chair, and all of your committee chairs every year as a requirement of their office, not because they're new, not because they've never done it before, not as a talking down to them. Every single person who runs a meeting every single year gets meeting training. You can get it online. It runs about an hour. Here's what you do. Here's how, here's how to take a motion. Here's how to take a second. Here's the kind of things in the meetings that need to be recorded. Bop, 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 bop. And it's just like a fire drill training every year. They do every single year. It is not an insult. Oh, well, Julie, you need the board training, because you're new. Right? No, everybody gets it every year. Fire drill stuff every year. So, I knew you were going to ask that. I can't remember. I'm too jet lagged. Send me an email. I'll send you the website. Okay, yeah, can do, easy to do. And by the way, there's more than one of this stuff out there. There's a variety of these out there. Most of them are free. Some of them are not. There's some YouTube stuff that's actually pretty good about it. So it's wonderful. Send me the email. I'll send it to you. Secondly, works closely with the ED. Again, we don't have to be BFFs. We do have to work together. We have to be able to be frank with each other. We have to be able to go to each other and have sometimes what are called crucial conversations, particularly about policy. The board president should be talked to about the agenda development. When I was an exec, I went to talk to my board president, a week or two before every board meeting. We talked about what we were going to have on the agenda, what was going to be involved, what the issues were, where we were on stuff. He or she gave me pushback about, how the staff were doing. We had this little, 1 hour meeting, not even 1 hour, half an hour meeting in their office or sometimes at lunch. Some of my board presidents I got along with fabulously. Some of my board presidents were like, I'm really glad when you're going to be off the board, But you got to work together. And that's the partnership. The exec runs the staff and the strategy, and the board president runs the board and sets the strategy. And then lastly, connecting with the community. The board chair, president, whatever you call that person, will be the board member who is most often called on to speak in public, because he or she is the board president. If you have a United Way presentation, they expect to have the board president there. So that's part of the deal. You're going to be asked to be here. And because you are the leader of the board, you are the board member who is most expected to be at all the fundraisers. You are the board member who is most expected to be visible when we do community events. You're the board member who's most expected to be on TV if we have the TV station there, right? So buy into that, because that's part of the deal, right? That's part of the expectation. All right, Vice President. Fills in as needed. Give this person something important to do. Like, do the strategic plan. Like, do if you don't have a disaster plan, to do that. If you don't have a redo of your bylaws, this lady back here wants everybody to redo their bylaws, right? You handle on that. Something that's significant to do. We're going to do a capital fund drive in 3 years. You, honcho, finding the consultant to tell us whether we really can do that. Give them a big job, right? Don't just have the vice president sitting there like Prince Charles, who's been sitting around for, 90 years, waiting for his mother to die, right? And opening ribbons and cutting, and probably has, in his mind, has never done anything truly meaningful in his life. Because he hasn't been asked to, right? Anyway, so. Or you can tell your vice president to go to ribbon cuttings. That's fine too, if you want to. But anyway, there's no perfect term, by the way, for the board president and the board vice president and the secretary and the treasurer. 1 year. Well, that's fine, but then they can't find the bathrooms before they're out of office. 2 years. Well, if they have a 6-year term, you have to sort of figure out who's going to be your president about an hour and a half after they show up at their first meeting, right? So this is a problem. This is a problem with the gentleman here asked about board terms. This is the biggest problem with board terms, is figuring out how the officers, the chain of officers fit in. It's an issue. All right. So here's the biggest issue. When you get to be a treasurer of a board, it is like being in Rome when the smoke goes up. You have the job for life. Because if you can count, add, and subtract, and know numbers, and if you can explain to the board what's really going on, we never want you to leave. This is unfair to board. And who gets the board treasury job? Bankers and accountants, right? Pity them, because they are so sick of being treasurers on boards. It's the only thing they ever get to do. What does the treasurer actually have to do? Well, first of all, the treasurer actually has to get the weird financing that you have. They have to really understand it. I mean, and in some, particularly those of you that do a lot of government contracting, it's weird. What you do is weird. The financiers that you have are weird looking, and they just are, right? So the treasurer has to be willing to dive down into stuff and really, really, really understand it. That's number one. Number two, he has to be willing to translate that to the board in terms they can understand. And he has to be the peer at the table. He or she has to be the peer at the table. So again, I'll pick on Julie because she was our new board member who had to get meeting management. No, I'm kidding. She's the treasurer. She runs the finance committee. I'm a non-financial board member. I just am here as a community member or whatever else. We're going to make some big decision. And the executive director gets up and does all his or her presentation, and we're talking about borrowing this money, and I need to be able to look at Julie and go, are we good? And her to go, yes or no, and for me to trust her, because she's the peer, right? She's just as much a fiduciary as I am. If this goes down a rat hole, she's just as much on the board as I am. And I need to trust her, and that's why, if I trust her, I never want her to stop being treasurer. Don't go away. Stay here forever, please. But I'd like to be president, or I'd like to do something else, or whatever. So anyway, the question is this: what happens if Julie leaves suddenly? Because stuff happens. Her spouse gets pulled to another community. One of her kids gets sick, or whatever, right? Stuff happens. She has to go. Poof, she's gone. What do we do? How about have a vice chair treasurer? Someone who is in line for the job, who knows that they may be called on to be the job, who then takes the time to understand the financials, and if Julie can't be at a finance committee meeting, chairs the meeting. We don't do this. I don't understand. Why? Because we want Julie to have the pressure to be here forever, right? So anyway, this is not smart for Julie. It's not smart for you as have a vice treasurer who is ready to serve if needed, or maybe on a term. Give Julie a 2-year term as treasurer, and then the next person a 2-year term, and then do that because she may want other leadership. Whatever. You get the idea, and this is true. Treasurers tend to be. My wife's on this startup board in Virginia that I was telling you about. It's really, 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 really well run. It's a really cool organization. And I love their treasurer. He's smart, he's capable, he does everything else, and he is ready to go on to the next thing, and everybody on the board. And my wife has read me. She's been to my sessions about this. She's edited some of the stuff I write. She knows I think this is wrong. She says, we're doing it to Pat. It's awful, we're doing it. We won't let him leave, So anyway. And then the secretary is responsible for minutes and records of the corporation. Now, he or she may take the minutes, but he or she must sign the minutes. When the minutes are adopted, and going into the minutes pile in the file, signed by the secretary. And there are some things in terms of the fiduciary responsibility that have to be signed by the secretary. Depends on state statute. Minutes are usually too detailed and too long, just as a small aside. They are not people who are taking minutes are not court reporters. Right? You don't need to know everything that is said in a board meeting. What do you need to know? Who's there? What do you need to know? The meeting was started at 8 p.m. Present or blah, 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 blah. The minutes of the past meeting were moved, seconded, discussed, and adopted. The minutes of the treasurer gave his or her report. We're on budget. Things are good. Motion was made and seconded to adopt the treasurer's report. We moved on. Next thing, okay? Now, what do you really want to have in minutes that is controversial? As a board member, those of you who are board members, if you fundamentally agree with anything that is going on in the organization and a vote, and you want your name put out in opposition, you need to say so. And you can have it recorded. Everybody agreed but Peter said no. That's a personal liability reducer if you believe what the organization is doing. But in most cases, it was a unanimous vote, it was a split vote. That's enough. Right? That's enough. For again, unless you have a particular issue where a board member says, we really need to have everything involved. Most cases, we take minutes that are non-productively detailed, let's put it that way. Okay? Okay, and then the committee chairs, we need to have, they need to manage their committees, and they need to be staffed, work closely with our committee staff as well. Questions on any of this so far? I mean, you've asked good questions. Other questions about this stuff? You've asked great questions. Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts on smaller organizations?
Yeah. What do you mean?
As far as how many board members, I know you have to have the basic president, treasurer,
And you can have a secretary treasurer, right? So you can't have a president, vice president. You can't combine that. Some places do combine vice president, treasurer, or whatever for small organizations. I think a lot of it, the mistake you don't want to make is having too few board members, because then you reduce, and I'm not suggesting you have a board of 50, right? But you lose that connection in the community. I've seen some organizations, we only have $100,000 a year, we have 3 board members. You don't really have the connections to grow with as well. Certainly you probably won't have committees other than an audit committee, which you got to have. Those kind of things. So everything winds up scaling a little bit down. Are you going to have an audit, or are you going to have a financial review? That depends on your funders. Sometimes a financial review is cheaper. It is not an audit. Audits are really expensive, but some of your funders may require that you have an audit, so you may not have the choice on that. But most all of it just scales down a little bit. Obviously, with $100,000, you have I would assume, as a staff, or one person as a staff person, or maybe 2. That makes it a little bit difficult to support a larger board. You may have fewer board meetings. You may have 4 as opposed to 6, which is not unusual either. It's just going to depend on what works for the organization. But my main caution is don't only have 3 board members or 4 board members. You want to have a larger group. Okay. Yes?
I'm not sure what to ask this question, but it seemed to fit in everything you talked about. I was wondering, a couple of considerations for a medium-sized, successful organization is the evolvement from a founder-funded, founder-managed, community-funded, empowered executive director board organization. It has a board. It's talented, but it's been operating under a founder managed.
Yeah. How do you manage the transition?
Well, what are the two or three things to think about? Considerations or red flags?
Okay. Beer. Beer is very good. It helps at the meetings. You are craft beer heaven here, so, anyway. And I make the joke only because it's hard. It's really hard for board members to step back. And again, I don't want to beat this horse to death, but the board my wife is on just hired their first staff person after 6 years. And she just came on a year and a half ago. And she's going crazy because these people will not back off and let the exec do their job, right? It's I think it helps to get on the board at least one person who has been on a different kind of board, right? One or two people who have been on empowered exec, we do policy kind of boards, who are brought on specifically because we want your perspective as a peer to say, no, we don't have to look over the shoulder of the exec every single day. No, we don't have to see every check that goes out. No, we don't have to decide whether they buy office supplies at Staples or Omax. No, you don't need to go to the staff meetings. No, you don't need to clean the bathrooms. And that is much easier and more forcefully coming from a peer than from the exec, who's basically seen as, let me do my job. Well, what are you up to? I mean, it's just that, kind of attitude. So I think that's number one, is to have people on the board who are brought in specifically to push back on this issue. We want you there. You know how a board can run. We're trying to get to that point. Let's do that. Second is have an opportunity as an organization within your strategic plan to talk about governance. All right, we talk about our strategic plan, we're going to grow this, we're going to get financially empowered, we're going to have sustainable budget or whatever else, what we're going to do. But we often don't talk about governance as one of our strategic pillars. And what can we do in governance this year? What should we do in governance this year? And at that meeting, bring in somebody who does this stuff. Not me, because I'm retiring at the end of this year, but bring in somebody who's doing this kind of stuff from, again, the State Association or the United Way or some University of Oregon. They have a big program in nonprofit management in Eugene, who can say, these are best practices. Do you want to do this or not? At this point in your strategic life, or board source for that matter, there are a lot of board source people around who will do that. Not coming from Washington, but are board source certified trainers and stuff. So get the outside consultant who will be shot in the back as he or she leaves by the board member, but not be the exec, right? That's that kind of their role. And then the strategy thing, the outsider, and having the board members are the three ways to move it forward the most. There will always be resistance because I liked what I did. I liked it when I washed bathrooms. I liked it when I watched every check. Or the excuse that I'm the fiduciary and I need to know what's going on. So those are the biggest. But it's a hard transition for everybody. And sometimes for the exec too, because they're used to having that backup, and now, okay, you want the responsibility. Here you go. That's hard too. So, both sides. Okay, a couple more slides, and then we'll give you a break. Staff have a role in governance. Here are the staff roles. Accurate, I'm going to trust you with. Recommendations, I'm going to trust you with. You do that. Timely, I'm not going to trust you. Why? Because there's a sweet spot here that you can hit, and if you don't hit it, you're not going to get as much board involvement as possible. Here's the sweet spot. Everybody look up. This is this number of days. Not number of business days, days. You get the stuff in the hands of the board and committee 4 days before the meeting, and they are the most likely to read and come with questions. You can lead the horse to water, and you can't make them drink. We all know this. They won't necessarily read it, but if you get it to them 10 days in advance, I'll put it down and not worry about it. If you get to them 2 hours in advance, I can't read it in time. 4 days. 4 24-hour periods, not 4 work days, 4 days. For board and committee meetings. Oh, I can't do that because the end of our fiscal month is the 31st and our board meeting is the 7th, so we can't possibly get our financials done. Move your board meeting. All right, don't say you can't. Just, the board needs the information. So that's your job as staff, to get the stuff in their hands that they do with recommendations. Staff members are statistically in the organization 52 hours a week. Board members are in the organization 4 to 6 hours a month. Distill. Put it down, get it in form. You can't possibly tell the board everything that's gone on. Tell them the important stuff. You can't possibly tell the board every single thing you've done. Tell them the important stuff. Push it against your strategic plan and your work plan and your budget. Tell them the important stuff. And if board members want to see more information, they have the right to see anything they want. But don't give them everything every month. Don't have a board packet that's like this. They won't read it. They shouldn't read it because there's probably not a lot of value in that, right? So just, you got to recommend. Inform board of key events. The shorthand for this used to be, don't let your board read about it in the paper. The shorthand now is, don't let them see it on Twitter. The good news and the bad news. We just got a $500,000 grant. The board members need to hear it first before it winds up outside the organization. We just had a staff member that was indicted for dealing drugs. The board members need to hear about it before they read about it in the paper. All right, on both sides of this, all right? Key events early. There is no excuse for not doing this. Well, my board members don't use their email. Okay, call them up. But you got to, you just got to do this, okay? Ongoing board orientation and education. This is a board development committee job for organizations that have a big enough board for a board development committee. This used to be called the nominating committee. It should be the board development committee. They work on who we need, what kind of people we need, what the training is for the board members, what the strategy sessions are, all that kind of stuff. And that's a staff position, usually by the exec. Participate in board recruitment, again, to get the diversity out there and support board committees. You have to have the skills to support board committees to, again, distill stuff down. I can't talk enough about how important it is to distill stuff down. There are methods to use in financial reporting that distill stuff down. Not everybody in every organization needs to get the entire financial packet every month, right? And we send it all out because it's easy. But it's stupid because not everybody can read the thing anyway, so distill it down. The finance committee needs one level of information. The treasurer needs another level of information. The board as a whole needs another level of information. Not that we're trying to hide it, but give it to them in summary. And if they believe the thing I said about before, that the budget is a contract, you're within the contract, cool. I don't want to worry about that, as long as you're within the contract. You within the contract? Oh, treasurer, are we within the contract? Yes. Okay, good. I'm good. Next. But we send it down to the penny, and it gives people an opportunity to just micromanage. One of the things, the other thing I forgot about the board that are hands-on to the board that are policy is give them less detail, right? Interesting piece of research that was done at Stanford about 5 years ago, and the California Association of Nonprofits, big state association. I don't know how they got the money for this because it's the most labor-intense thing ever. But they went to 1,000 nonprofit boards in California. And they went to boards that had kept their board handouts, like, it was in the file cabinet, right, for like 10 years. And they read them all, which would make me insane in about an hour. And then they went to the board, and they saw what was common. In one board, would have all these things in their board handouts. This board would have all these things in their handouts. And they asked the board members, the current board members, so why do you have an occupancy review for the last 6 years in every single board packet that you've ever had? I don't know. It's always been there. And that was the key finding. It's always been there. And then when they went back in the minutes and went back to talk to former board members, it happened that one meeting, one board member said, it would really be helpful to have an occupancy analysis for the last 5 years since we're concerned about occupancy right now. And it went into the next packet and it never went out. So the packets became this thick, full of stuff, only 2% of which was ever read. Talk about waste of paper, right? You want to have, this is another analysis that we talked about, analyzing board meetings. What do you want to see? What is it that you want in your board packet? And the answer almost always is less. But the execs say, I don't want to insult anybody by not giving them all the information they need, so I'm going to give them more. And in killing people with information, what you do is give them the opportunity to dive down into the weeds, then you have to pull them back out of the weeds. Right? It was actually very funny to watch as one of the non-CEO board members. On the Goodwill, again, the International Board of Goodwill, we're constituted. It's constituted as half the board will be existing current Goodwill CEOs from around the world. Half of us were what we called lay board members. We were not CEOs. I guess that means that the CEOs were holy and we were not. I guess that was the way they looked at it. And by the way, it was hard for me to get the CEOs to ever admit they had a conflict, although we were giving them the franchise because they earned it and the right to use the Goodwill name, and we could take it away from it at any time, and they didn't have a conflict. Of course you have a conflict. Anyway, so be that as it may. The CEOs were all CEOs of successful 30, 40, 50, 60, $70 million Goodwills. And so every once in a while, we would give them just a little bit too much data, and they would go, as a group, you could watch them at the board meeting go, woo, down into it, and they'd come in, and we have to go, whoa, too much detail. And then one of the guys said, but don't give us the detail, and we won't get into it. And it was a fair point of you don't always need to give everybody the detail all the time. Give them summary data. And it's a balance. And in some cases an evolution, because I love the summary data I had before. Why aren't you giving me all the data? Well, because you don't really need it. Why not? Because you don't really need it. You're doing policy now. Oh, well, I'd really like to know how many times the toilets were cleaned last week. Okay, call up, we'll give it to you, but we don't need to discuss it at the board meeting, right? So it's that kind of thing, okay? What are some barriers? Well, board meetings that are committees that are ineffective, that meet all the time. The meeting is as long at the board meeting as otherwise. And board committees that don't meet. We need to have board committees that meet. We only need as many board committees as we need. People say, what kind of board committees do we need? Well, you got to have an audit committee, right? You got to have one of those because that's best practice. But the other ones, you want to have a finance committee? Fine, have a finance committee. You want to have all the board meetings take forever? Don't have committees. But you got to trust your committees. Most people have a finance committee, a program committee of some kind, a development committee of some kind. If you have a lot of staff, you may have an HR committee of some kind. The big boards, who aren't meeting monthly will often have an executive committee to operate in between. It depends. It depends. The board violates the third rule, which is that, go around the exec. Board members don't know about all the organization programs. You'd be amazed. The board regularly lacks a quorum. You got to have a quorum to do business. Now, here's wisdom from my board president at the time that I wasn't getting board quorums when I was an exec. My first board, this will make your head hurt, was 45 members, many of whom had to come 2.5 to 3 hours to board meetings. We covered this huge area of central Illinois, 2.5 to 3 hours each way to a board meeting, right? And we didn't get quorums, and I was upset. And I went to my board president. I was 28 years old. Why don't we have quorums? And she was a very wise hospital administrator. She says, well, if you don't have quorums, Peter, you're the exec. It's your fault. What? I was at the meeting. She said, look, and she used to talk in fables. She says, let me tell you the story here. And her story was about gifts and baskets and stuff like this that may be crazy for the moment, but it worked, right? She said, all of us get a basket of gifts. And the only thing that's in, some of us are athletic, some of us aren't, some of us are artistic, some of us aren't, whatever. She said, the only thing that's in our basket that's always the same is 24 hours. For everybody, 24 hours in a day, that's all you get. And what you do with that gift describes what your life is like. And as a board member, you can take some of your 24 hours and stay home and watch TV, or you can take some of your 24 hours and come to your meeting. And I went, oh, that's right, they're volunteers. So you need to make, if you're not getting a quorum, you're not meeting your board members' needs. Because they can stay home and watch TV, or they can hang out with their friends, or they can go to dinner, or they can come to your meeting. So one of the questions you want to ask them is, what do you want out of your board service? Oh, I don't want anything. I just want to serve the community. Okay, fine. What do you want out of the board service? I want to contribute to my community. Okay, we can help you with that. I want to understand how my how boards work. Okay, we can do that. I want to forward the advancement of breast cancer research. Okay, we can do that. We can give you what you want, but you got to tell us what you want, and then we'll make it a more engaging experience. And then you get more quorum. And the other part about quorum stuff is all about meeting management. Start on time, end on time, run a meeting well. People will come and stay. You don't have an end time to your meeting. I said this before. The meetings will be endless, and people will not come. You don't have a good management, good board president who manages the meeting, and Sally, I don't know if there's a Sally here, I apologize if there is, never shuts up, the board people won't come because Sally won't shut up, right? So, all those things. And that, again, does this meeting management, and then, of course, if information doesn't get to the board on time. All right? You all look very tired. You need caffeine. Okay, here's the deal. We've got about half an hour more of material, maybe 25 minutes more of material. If you take a 10-minute break, we will get you out of here early. Now, we will absolutely, positively get you out of here by 3:45 because I am leaving. That's very selfish and self-centered, but there you go. So take a 10-minute break. Go get some coffee in the back. I don't know if there's any sugar back there anymore. Use the restrooms. Come back in 10 minutes. It is 3 straight up. I will start at 10 after.
I'm a parliamentarian, and everything you're saying, I'm nodding. chance to.
No. Right, yeah.
Just love it. I love it.
Good. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that.
I've read a really good book. First of all, I run the homeless shelter that's just down the street here, called Songs of the Alley, and it was following homeless life and just poverty in America. But it was also an amazing history of goodwill industry.
Yeah.
And wow,
It's a really cool place.
it is. Yeah, just and we get a lot of donations, and people come. We want to give you our donations because, you know, at Goodwill they sell them. I said, I'm going to explain what they do by selling those. My question.
It doesn't go into the staff's pocket.
No,
right.
but it's the same question of, you know, how much administrative cost you have, you know.
Stop. Okay.
So we have had a development committee. When I joined the organization on the board, there was no executive director, and I somehow got into that role.
Right, that happens.
Which is fine. And so the development committee we have has functioned in the development role. Well, we've hired a development director, but that whole idea that if you have a development director, then the development and run as a function of how do we do good fundraisers and raise funds, and but developing the board is about how the board. I get a little.
You mean is to develop the board as a fundraiser or develop the board as a board?
As a board,
Sorry,
yeah. The development committee that we had. I'm struggling.
Okay. I'm sorry about my promise that you had caffeine, because that was apparently not true back there, but you're good to come back. There was a motion made and seconded, but you were gone, so you didn't get to vote on it, to meet out on the terrace for the rest of the afternoon, but, you know. Yeah, didn't have a quorum. You were all hanging out with each other, so. All right. Let's talk through 3 other things. One is about board liability, reduction of board liability. The second is about decision making, and again, it's going to be a quick review of that from the governance point of view of the decisions we looked at this morning or at lunchtime. And then we'll talk a little bit about recruitment and retention of board members and get you out of here. And I'm going to get you out of here in 23, 24 minutes to beat the traffic. You know, you'll be ready to go Tuesday afternoon, going home. All good. Liability. We have more educated board members than we did 10 years ago just about being board members. And so board members understand that they are fiduciaries. And the fiduciary thing, the technical definition of fiduciary is very simple. If it screws up, it's on you. They are personally responsible, and I say that again, personally responsible for the actions of the organization. If the money is misspent, or there aren't policies in place, or it gets sued, it's on them, personally. Okay? Now, in order to have board members that don't go running screaming for the doors, you have to take some board liability reduction stuff to do, right? And so there's a bunch of these that you can do. And the average board member serves 500 years on a board, never gets sued, right? It's very rare. But you want to make sure that if you do the right things. So some tried and true things we can do. Number 1, conflict policy. Number 1, have a conflict of interest policy. The reason this is a board liability reducer is that if someone sues the organization, well, Julie's spouse got the job because Julie's spouse was Julie's spouse, instead of, the conflict thing, right? She lobbied for that. You can't say that. You get that right out of the discussion right away. And by the way, the conflict thing is also about the appearance of impropriety, which you want to avoid like the plague, because in fundraising, appearance is everything. You get the appearance of impropriety. Let me think, in this room, I have, 40 choices to give money to? Right, the one that looks bad, I'm not going to give money to, I'm going to just turn away, right? So, that number 1. Number 2, and the practice it part. When you talk about conflict once a year, you sign the letter once a year, you have a little role model play thing that you can do with the board. This means that if we bid on something and if your spouse bids on it, you need to leave the room, or whatever the rules say. So people go, oh, that's what that means. Okay, because they're going to read the policy and sign it, but they're not really going to read the policy unless you do a little role play around it. Okay, so contract for an annual audit review and management letter. If you're too small an organization that you can't afford the $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 for an audit, or 20 if you're a big organization, you can get a financial review, again, depending on what your funders say. Your funders may require you to get an audit, then you say, okay, will you pay for it? Will you add $6,000 to the till so you'll pay for the audit, please? But the audit, good. Management letter, better, because it, again, talks to the fact that you are following your rules, following your policy, following your bylaws, all those things. You want to have an audit committee. I'll just get off track a little bit for a minute. You want to have an audit committee, and the audit committee is a group of 2 or 3 people, it's about 3 people at least, not a huge committee, maybe not 4, not 5, not 10, maybe 3. Who meet with the auditor to contract with the auditor every year. And by the way, you should change auditors every 3 or 4 years. At least bid the process. And even if you don't change the firm, because there's one firm in town that does great audits for all nonprofit, change the partner that you're working with. So there's a little bit less of the partner who's involved with the audit and the CEO are great friends. They play golf all the time. You don't want that. And then when the audit is finished, the auditor brings the audit to the committee before the CEO sees it. Right? It doesn't go to the CEO who then brings it to the committee. It goes to the committee before the CEO sees it. So not that the CEO is going to do anything bad, because most CEOs don't, 99%. But it's just this, it came directly to the volunteers, directly to the policymakers before it went to the exec. So he or she didn't have any input to change it. Because again, all this suspicion and rumor stuff outside the organization. Abide by your bylaws. You know what the simplest drill to do this is? hand a copy of the bylaws out every year to the board, and at the board meeting, or just before the board meeting, say, we're going to, or, you know, the 4 days before, we're going to have a discussion of what parts of the bylaws we don't live by. It's amazing to me when I talk to board members, including me, how many board members haven't read their bylaws within the last 5 years. And you go and you read them and you go, really? We're supposed to do that? Guess what? We don't. So board members read the bylaws every year. Just one of your things. One night when you're really, 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 really bored, pull the bylaws out and read them. Or you can't go to sleep, pull the bylaws out and read them. With a big red marker. What don't you do? And you, again, in your bylaws you want to have all stuff that you do. You don't want to have stuff that you don't do. Because then you are violating your laws. You guys say this? Oops, yeah. Have directors and officers insurance. Now part of your liability package for your organization may or may not include D&O. If it isn't broken out, okay, fine. If it is broken out, make sure, very carefully, make sure that the directors and officers insurance that you're paying for buys you more coverage than state and federal statute. Right? There's state and federal, state statute in Oregon, there's federal statute that protects people who are on boards from liability if they are, oh, here's the key part, if they are acting with normal business, I think the word they don't use the word smarts, but it just, if they do things that normal business people would, all right? It is liability insurance from normal actions. It is not stupid insurance, all right? So, for example, the staff come to you, board members, I'm speaking specifically to board members now, and they say the front steps are broken, but it's outside of our budget to fix the front steps because it's going to be $5,000. And the board says, fix the steps, man, that's a liability. Whew, okay, good, do it. Borrow money for it or use it from the reserve fund or whatever else. And then the steps get fixed, or before the steps get fixed, somebody falls and gets hurt. You're not liable because you were trying to fix the steps, right? You're good. The staff comes to you and says steps are broken, and the board says we don't have the money, the heck with it, and somebody gets hurt. Boom. Then you got the stupid stuff, and that the federal and state law doesn't cover you for that. Your D&O insurance may. So what you want to do is only buy stuff that covers you from that's above and beyond the federal and state statute. For a number of years, after the Volunteer Protection Acts came in at the federal and state level, there were a lot of people selling insurance for stuff that didn't buy any more than state statute already had. So you want to make sure you're getting more, okay? Most of the time you are. Most of your insurance agents are, you know, good people and all that. But you want to make sure you're only getting that. Geez, this really did have a fun part in the translation. Keep minutes, but not court records. I talked about it before. And again, the key part for here, folks, is in your personal liability. If the board is doing something you think is stupid or immoral or illegal or whatever, I want my name recorded in disagreement. Okay. And then your name should be in. You know, Peter disagreed. Should be in. And that's one of the things you have to protect yourself with. But you can't do it if you're not at the meetings. You got to go to the meetings. There is no harbor in absence. This is why all those state and federal officials aren't on all the board stationery anymore, because they couldn't go to all those meetings. You know, they were on 37 boards. It was only, you know, 30 days in a year or a month, rather. They couldn't go to all the meetings. You got to go to the meetings, and then you got to go prepared, and you have to ask questions. This is why you want that stuff 4 days in advance, so you can ask questions. Don't just sit there quietly and go, Well, I knew they were wrong, but I didn't want to ask a stupid question. Okay. There's always something that's questioning. Now, we have a solution for the issue of people not wanting to ask dumb questions in a minute when we talk about board recruitment and retention. It's called having a mentor on the board so that that person has a safe person to ask that stupid question to, even though it's not stupid. They think it is. But anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute. Have your dissent recorded. Have a bidding policy. Now, what I'm not saying is always take the low bid, because the low bid is not always the best bid. All right? But what you have is a policy that says over X dollars, and the X is going to depend on your organization, we are going to put out for bid work that we contract with, right? For our insurance, for whatever, you know, whatever it may be. It would be so nice if we could trust everybody and not have to bid stuff. This is most important for services that are rendered by board members and that have been rendered by board members since the startup founded 37 years ago, right? And I wish we lived in that world. The history of nonprofits is full of situations where they weren't. And part of this story is mostly my fault. I'm board vice president of our ARC. We've gone from 500,000 to about 6 million, 7 million a year. Peter, the business guy, Peter, the nonprofit guy, is hammering on the board to put in policies of all kinds of different stuff. And we put in this policy and that policy and that, including a bidding policy, right, on work over $1,000, I think, or $500, maybe $1,000. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Over that threshold was our annual insurance rider and all the stuff we had insurance. We had buildings, we had people, we had cars, we had vans. Oh, God, we had all kinds of liability. So George, who was on the board, George, whose child was cared for by the organization, George, who gave us tons of money every year, was our insurance agent. And I sat next to George a lot of meetings. George, nice guy. So I get a call from the executive director who says, you know, you need to come down and sign the insurance policy for next year because the board president is out of town and you got to do this. I go, really? Yeah, well, it's up at the end of the month. And so George is our, you know George is our agent, come on down. I go, but we haven't bid it. And the exec goes, but it's George. And I go, I am not signing anything we didn't bid. But I'll come down and tell George that myself. You don't have to tell him, I'll tell him, right? So I come in, here's George with all the papers, right? And he says, here's all the stuff. I go, George, you sat next to me at the meeting. We have this bidding policy. It was 4 months ago. You were there. You voted for it. Right? Everybody voted for it. Yeah, but understand, if we don't do this now, you're going to have liability at the end of the month because you don't have any coverage. I said, give me a rider, give me a coverage, give me a 30-day extender. I'll sign that. But we are going to bid this. And George slid the piece of paper with the total cost on and cut it by 20% and slid it back. Now, I don't come from a family of violent tempers. I never heard my father yell, ever. Right? I never heard my grandfather yell, ever. I don't yell, ever. Do I get angry? Well, I can think of 3 times. One was right now. I was so furious about this. I said, is that your bid that we can submit to everybody? He said, no, that's a final offer. Take it or leave it. And I said, done, and walked out of the room. I was so angry. So he cut it 20%. How did the bids come in? 35% less. George, the father of a child in the facility, George, the good citizen, George, who gave us money, he gave us money that he was stealing from us, right? And I hadn't caught it early enough, right? George, who resigned from the board. Does this mean that all board members who are selling stuff are con artists? No. Did George come in saying, I'm going to steal from these people? No, he just, I'm absolutely convinced. It was a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there, but there was no check and balance, right? There was no, let's just find out what the market says. And we trusted George because, as the executive says, but it's George, right? So anyway. Financial level for board involvement. What does this mean? Back in the day, it said we need to have 2 signatures for certain checks. Let me tell you, folks, the banks never read the signatures. They don't care. You can have your kids sign the checks and the bank won't care. It's just that you have your dog sign the checks and the bank won't care, right? What this does is says that when in the policy, if it's over a $3,000 expense other than payroll that a board member needs to approve the payment allowance. So the exec and the board member, they both sign it. And so that when we go back and audit, we can see that over $3,000, both the exec and the board, or whoever, approved it. Usually these are check approval forms or expense approval forms that go through the process. They might go to the treasurer, they might go to the financial manager, and both of them approve it, but 2 people take a look at it over a certain threshold. And I can't tell you what the threshold is. Part of it is how big is your budget, part of it is how recently somebody in town steal some money, it's a little bit of both, right? And then lastly, use executive sessions sparingly. One of the worst developments over the last 2 or 3 years is I hear about boards who have executive session at every meeting. And they tell me, well, this is because we want our board to be able to speak freely. I go, you got the wrong board people. right? Executive session has a purpose. It's about talking about things that really shouldn't be recorded in minutes, like the executive director's compensation and salary, that's a good one, or the executive director malfeasance, that's another one, but rarely, and to have them regularly used is not good. And yeah, everybody knows what executive session is, right? All the staff leave, and if you have all the staff in the room, they have to leave and all that. Sparingly, okay? The best decisions, well, we talked about this decision tree earlier. A couple of things about this from a board perspective. First of all, we have to be loyal to our mission. So mission first, mission first, mission first, mission first. Second, we need to stick to our policy, do our homework, embrace diversity of opinion, listen to everybody, right? And then be loyal to the decision. If you don't feel that the decision was correct and you had the opportunity to disagree in the discussion, okay. Get on with it. Be loyal to the decision. But if you don't feel that the decision was correct and we think it's immoral or you think it's illegal, your choice is to leave the board, to resign under it. And obviously, this is not something you want to do. Pull that card out all the time. You want to. Hopefully, in your board service, it'll never happen, right? But if you just minorly disagree, if you're on the losing side of a board vote, don't go out and gripe about it in the community. I support the decisions of the board. And then, of course, you have to evaluate whether the decision worked or not. Will the decision be perfect? No. Should you not have made the decision? Well, you made the decision based on the information you had at the time. New information came up afterwards. You can't be faulted for that. You can't predict all the stuff that's going to come up. But evaluate your decision-making process. Could we have had more information? What you don't want to do is stall, all waiting for to have all the information you need, because you'll never get there. You never have all the information. There's always something else you can learn, and you have to make decisions at some point. It's just true at the executive director level, too. This common tree, let's talk about this in terms of a board decision. This one's a little hard to come at from the board level, but it's the most important one for the board to talk about. So staff, as you go into a decision option with a board, make sure you say, we're thinking about doing this program, because this supports these parts of our mission and these parts of our values. Give them the prompting so they can have that beginning of discussion. And they can agree with you or disagree with you, but make sure you prompt them on that. The quality thing, some of the subsidiary questions here include, do we have licensing? Do we have certification? Do we have staff who have education in this? The tangible, measurable outcomes or metrics for this kind of thing. And these are questions you should ask. What level of excellence do we attain in this? Are we accredited? Are we certified? Do we have LPNs or RNs or BSNs in nursing, for example, or whatever it may be? What is our level of competence? And, of course, the board may need to invest in training before you start to make sure that level of excellence is good. Capacity is something you're going to have to depend on the staff for, but the staff should prompt you. We have 400 square feet that we aren't using, and we can use that 400 square feet for this kind of information. We don't have any more staff time. We're going to have to hire somebody else to do this. Or we're going to need 3 volunteers who are willing to put in 14 hours a week. That kind of capacity information needs to come up. Don't just accept the fact that this is a wonderful program that's going to do a compelling mission and say, let's go. Ask the questions about capacity, because again, you grow out of space, you outgrow quality, you outgrow cash the most. Think of cash in growth as an investment. And we talked earlier about the 2x2 that we had of the return on investment financially and the return on investment mission-wise. And it isn't just we're going to spend the money and get it back, it's we're going to spend the money. And the money's going to be gone for a long time. It's going to be invested in this. This, again, is called working capital, and every growth that you have is sucked up in that. Can we do quality? I like to think that at least one person on my board will always be, as an exec, will always be hammering on me about quality, always. I want that person. I want that person. Is quality okay? Is quality okay? Is quality okay? Is quality okay? Often the person that is most vested in this is one of our advocates on the board, right? Somebody who's really advocate of the service. If it's a family member of somebody you serve, woo, they're going to be all about quality. The other person you can have who's all about quality is somebody in the business world whose job is about risk management. And they'll hammer on you on quality too, because make sure the quality is right. But you want that sort of harpy, that's a negative term, but that person on quality, 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 because it's so easy to lose focus on quality. The business analysis, this is a question for the board to make sure they're asking the staff, and the staff to come forward. We really didn't think we needed a business plan for this. We think we need a cash flow analysis, and here's the cash flow analysis. Or here's the feasibility study, or, okay? And then in some cases, the decision to make something that's not a policy decision, or is already wrapped up in a policy decision, the staff may not even have to come to you. If it's in the strategic plan, you've adopted. If it's in the budget, you've adopted. If it's in the work plan, you've adopted. And the staff go do it. They don't have to come and ask permission. They just have to come and tell you what happened, right? So don't get all weird about, you didn't ask me, right? On the other hand, if you're going out and trotting something new and the staff isn't asking the end users, make sure they do. Isn't asking the community, make sure they do, right? A little more work for them, but a good thing nonetheless. And then, of course, be smart about it. You saw the decision tree before. You now have my email. If you want those secondary questions, send me the email. I'll be happy to send them to you. Okay, board recruitment and retention. First thing, what's the board we need? And we talked about the 50-50, 50-50 business people and advocates, but what's the skill set we need? And you need to look at this listing in light of your strategic plan. Where are we now and where are we going? In the next 5 years, what kind of skill set will we need? What kind of board will we need? And how do we get from here to there? Because recruiting board takes a long time, right? And changing your board takes a long time. As I say, the board will change over time. The skills will change over time. It's going to be influenced by your current programs, by your programs, and possibly by some funders. Because some funders will say, you must have geographic representation, or you must have user representation, or whatever else. So, okay, whatever. You take the money, you take the rules, right? That's fine. There are other skills or criteria other than skills. It's the diversity stuff we've talked about, the gender, generation of birth, geography, and ethnicity. And you want to build as diverse a board as you can because you get better outcomes. The key, once you find the board skill set that you want, this is a predictable problem with board terms. I know I need a lawyer. I know my lawyer is going off in 2 years. Therefore, I better find another lawyer, right? I know I need an accountant. My accountant is going off in 4 years. I better find another accountant. Now, does other stuff happen where somebody has to leave town? Yes, that happens. But most cases, this is a predictable, recruitable problem. I need a lawyer. It would be nice that year if I had another woman, so I'll need to find, if I could find a female lawyer, that'd be awesome, right? So, those kinds of things are the planning that we can do for it. So we want to recruit consistently. We want to make sure it's a joint effort, again, if you're comfortable, between the board and staff, that the exec, that other maybe senior management are out there sort of looking for people who might be a good board member. You want to open the doors so people come before you're recruiting for board members. So how do I do that? Well, one of the things I can do is I can put non-board members on committees. So that many committees are only made up of board members, but one of the things we see a lot of is committee members who are a committee made up of a chairperson who's on the board. Maybe the committee is 5 people, 2 other board members, and then 2 other non-board members who are willing to give their expertise to that committee, but I don't want to be on the board. I just want to serve on the committee. That's all I want to do. I want to go to the fundraiser. I want to do the development. I want to do the finance, whatever else. I'm good at that, but I really don't want to be on the board. Okay, or I do want to be on the board, and this is my test. For some organizations, you can't be on the board until you've been on a committee, because that's that kind of 1-year test that we talked about before. Okay, talk about clearly stated expectations of your board. We talked about what those expectations might be before, about you got to come to meetings, you got to come to the fundraisers, you got to donate some money, you got to serve on a committee, whatever those expectations are, and then enforce them. Don't have expectations written down. Don't have requirements that you aren't willing to enforce. If you're not willing to enforce them, don't have them. Okay. And then evaluate your recruitment and retention efforts. Key here is how many of your board members stayed for their full term and stayed actively for their full term. So you're going to measure their attendance. Oh, by the way, we talked about this. Yeah, I didn't talk about this with you. Talk about this. Quorums and attendance. I don't want you to go to your board member in public and say, you aren't attending enough. You don't actually need to do that. Or you can do that a year before their term is up, but in general, you don't need to do that. What you need to do is have a goal and measuring of attendance at board and committee meetings. So what's our percentage of attendance at board meetings? It's 79%. Good, okay, we know that. What do we want next year? 85%, that's our goal. 85%, because stuff happens, people can't be meetings. For our committee meetings, it's 76%, we wanted 85% too. Okay, good. So we have that, and the board discusses it. Everybody's on board, haha, and we have that discussion. Then what happens is that, is it Alice? Yes, Alice. Alice, who's the board president, comes to me, the Peter board person, and says, hi, I've got, at the end of the year, I've got your metrics for this year. And what she hands me is a piece of paper that says, the goal was 85%. The average for board attendance this year was 82%, and your average was 74%. And she does that for me for board and committee. And she just hands it to me. She doesn't sit there and go, She just hands it to me, right? The peer pressure here is enormous. And in most cases, what happens is that your well-intentioned board members have no idea that they missed 4 board meetings, or particularly committee meetings. Oh, I'll be better, and they are. Now, 1 year before their term is up, the board development committee chair sometimes need to have a little come to Jesus moment with the board members and say, you're up in a year. You're lagging behind, right? And if some people are really screwed up the first year, that's why you have that 1 year term. Are you going to step it up or not? Because you're up in a year, and we're not going to ask you, do you want another 3-year term, or will you be better than we're asking you now, right, to do this? But really, this kind of thing that Alyssa does, of giving me just, you got to show, right? Now, that will not measure whether I participate. It will not measure whether I'm asking questions. It will not, but it measures just, am I showing up, which is the first thing I got to do. And then evaluating on my recruitment efforts, do people show up? Mentoring your new people is absolutely important for retention. There is a pretty easy drill for mentoring. It is not a buddy program. If you're interested in there's 8 steps to it. Send me an email, I'll send it to you. It's not a big deal. But it is useful, and again, some of our research on mentoring shows that boards that have mentoring programs, the people tend to actually be more participatory over the long term and serve out their full term. We need to have the board engaged by having good board leadership. Starting and ending meetings on time, we've already talked about. Plan meeting dates and times a year in advance. All right, all the meetings for the year. When are we going to extend? There's stuff that comes up, you got to have a special meeting. But at the beginning of the year, all of our board meetings are going to be on the second Tuesday in the afternoon at the convention center. Our finance committee meetings are going to meet 6 times a year, whatever it is. Have all of them on a calendar. Why? Because we are so hyper-scheduled. And if you can get on people's dance card early, they are more likely to dance with you. If you don't get them on the dance card early, they are likely, I got a conflict. Okay, let them know way in advance, all right? And sometimes 18 months in advance if you can. Obviously, give board meaningful work and give them more mission, and then do regular board, and by regular I mean every 18 months, board satisfaction surveys. Are you getting what you want out of all this, okay? What you can do now, I think a board development committee as opposed to a nominating committee is a good idea. I would urge you to consider that. I would think about maybe, if you haven't done it for a while, holding a governance retreat or building it into your strategic planning as one of those pillars of your strategy for the next year of ramping up our governance. That can include skill set and all these things that are here. And talk to peer organizations here in Central Oregon about what they're doing. Or if you're in a large franchise like United Way or Easter Seals or Goodwill or the YMCA, talk to them about what the other organizations are in your same discipline are doing with the governance in their area. There are some resources. Board Source is great. Idea Encore is a sharing of policies and protocols that you can have. The free management library is endless on both for-profit and nonprofit management stuff, but it's mostly about nonprofits. And then there's some books by this dope from Virginia who's around. I promised you to be out by 3:30. I'm 9 minutes late. I do appreciate your showing up. I do appreciate your showing up after break because that was the hardest time. I think I'll just stay out there, It's been great to talk to you, great to meet some of you. I wish you well in your mission delivery. And again, remember, while I have to scoot now, remember, if you have any questions about this, send me an email. I will get back to you, usually within 24 hours. Happy to do it. And there's no time limit on that because even though I'm going to retire at the end of this year, it doesn't mean I won't answer emails. So thank you all. Have a good afternoon. Travel safe home. Anything you want to say before these nice people
No,
leave?
I think we just wanted to thank you all for coming to the High Desert Conference. Appreciate
Thank you for coming to Bend.
And, well, yeah, I love being here. And Jason, this would be the 9th, 10th High Desert Conference, do you think?
I'm trying to remember how many there have been. I don't think it's that many.
No?
It's in that arena. It might be 6 or 7.
6 or 7, yeah. So we're really proud to continue this on and keep it going for Central Oregon. We feel it's a really important conference to have. So appreciate you all being here, and we look forward to seeing you next year. And of course, Kenny will be here doing other things. So thanks a lot.